Do you want to put your chess skills to the test? Now it's your move. Welcome to the world's largest chess tournament. You can look forward to the Grenke Chess Open with prize money of 70,000 euros and the Grenke Freestyle Chess Open with prize money of 215,000 euros and a place in the 2027 FIDE Freestyle Chess World Championship. This is your chance to compete against the best players in the world, such as Magnus Carlsen and Vincent. Are you ready?
Welcome back, everyone. Wow, even during the break we have to rush. It's non-stop action, but we are back and the fifth round of the Grenke Chess Festival is about to start. My name is Peter Leko.
My name is Alexander Donchenko.
Yes, and we are here to cover every angle of the action. We already have pairings, the games are about to start. Maybe let's get the pairings up. If we can, because we know that 8 players were leading.
I believe 6.
Six, yes, exactly. 6, and then from 7 till 17th place was another tie. Okay, as long as we don't get the graphics, yeah, there we have it. No, that's the standings.
That's
okay.
The standings, yeah.
Let's enjoy, let's treasure the standings to see so many brilliant names in the tournament. Alex, what stands out for you so far?
I would say I expected fewer players on 4 points. But that's perhaps because I have more of a classical experience and there are a lot of draws when people get closer to each other in rating. But here I think the draw rate is much lower than in any comparable situation. We might get stats on that later, but we're pretty sure that we don't get those super tournament 50% plus draw rounds.
Yeah, that's for sure. And there we have the pairings of round 5. Well, we do know that Magnus Carlsen has drawn his game, so that is not the official first board. But Magnus has a fixed board, of course, in the center. So it is Alexei Sarana versus Jan Nepomniachtchi, Maxim Chigaev against Hans Niemann, Pranav against Jan Krzysztof Duda, and Vincent against Nodirbek Yakubuev. Those are the players on 100% score. And then Magnus Carlsen against Vohidov, Ivan Sadic against Nihal Sarin. So nice to see Ivan Sadic in action. I'm a big fan of Saric. Nihal has won the fastest game of the tournament probably in the previous round against Kaidanov, and Abdusatulov up against Benjamin Bock, and Maxim Vachier-Lagrave against the German local hero Jonas Rosner.
Yeah, he's probably the surprise name in the 3.5 points group, but still he held his own, and I think he beat Niklas Huschenbeth last round, so very much shown his potential to score some upsets.
And I think this is now the right moment to head to the playing venue. Sven is about to announce everything.
Wir haben heute Abend um 20:30 Uhr Blitzen für jedermann in der Sky Bar im Motel One mit The Big Greek. Wenn die Schlange nicht so lang wird, dann kann da jeder mit ihm blitzen. Wir freuen uns dann natürlich, wenn auch ein bisschen was getrunken wird. Darf auch gerne alkoholfrei sein in der Bar. Und ja, es gibt zum ersten Mal eine digitale Version von der Zeitschrift Schach, seit einer halben Stunde online. Der Link wurde verteilt auf den einzelnen Plätzen. Die Ausgabe ist für jedermann kostenlos. Bevor wir jetzt anfangen, kommen wir erstmal zur Auslosung. Die übernimmt in dieser Runde Jonathan Reichel. Jonathan Reichel ist einer der Männer, die dieses Turnier in den letzten 10 Jahren mit zu dem gemacht haben, was es heute ist. Er ist seit der ersten Version in Karlsruhe dabei und er hat mich damals angerufen und gesagt, Herr Noppes, ich möchte unbedingt mal geile Videos von einem Schachturnier machen. Und ich habe erst nicht so richtig dran geglaubt, aber er hat nicht locker gelassen und hat dann tatsächlich einen ersten Mini-Auftrag bekommen. Und seitdem ist er unser Mann für all die Videopräsentationen und so, die Sie und ihr alle kennt. Jonathan Reichel, vielen Dank für deine Arbeit in den letzten 10 Jahren.
Wunderbar. Warum ist das nicht an? Das ist noch nicht an. So, wunderbar, lieber Sven. Dann wollen wir auch direkt starten mit der Auslosung. Ganz wichtiger Hinweis noch, heute ist die letzte Runde, nachdem man tauschen kann, wechseln kann von dem Classic in das Freestyle-Turnier. Also bitte alle, die noch Freestyle spielen möchten, ab morgen früh, die sind herzlich angeladen, heute Abend noch Bescheid zu geben. So, dann starten wir jetzt mit unserem Mediachef. Der darf jetzt die Auslosung gucken. Auf, los für die 5. Runde. Viel Glück. Und das ist die 230, 230. So, und der Jonathan ist ja nicht nur der Mediachef, der macht auch sonst ganz tolle Videos. Wir haben auch schon zusammen Grenke Chess Kids gemacht. Tolles Programm, könnt ihr alle mal euch angucken, wenn ihr was lernen wollt. Und jetzt gebe ich nochmal an den Jonathan, der will nämlich auch noch 2 Sachen sagen.
Wirklich vielen, vielen Dank. Das ist eine große Ehre für mich, heute hier zu stehen. Also nach 10 Jahren. Also das erste Mal hat es hier 2016 in Karlsruhe gestartet. Und ich wechsle jetzt hier einfach mal auf Englisch, weil das hier das wirklich richtig besonders macht. Das ganze Turnier. It is just a great pleasure, also after 10 years, that more than 3,500 players gathered here from all around the world. All cultures come together, share the same passion for chess. You play in the same venue as Magnus Carlsen, and this is such a great thing, and it's so amazing that you are coming, enjoying the game, and see all the people smile and enjoy the game of chess. Thank you so much that you are here.
Welcome back, everyone. Here's the starting position, and I'm completely puzzled. I couldn't believe my eyes. What a day it is. Yes, I know. I'm somehow absolutely not in shape. Everything is in crazy rush. I'm late, whatever. But that's not the problem. The problem is what we are seeing here. It's again kind of the classical position. How is it possible that this is position number 2 and it's 30 when it's almost the same? Just the rook on a8 is mixed up with the knight on b8. Alex, please, I'm losing my voice, I'm losing my mind. Make sense of all this.
I think today the forces of the lottery just wanted us to play classical chess. Since they cannot do that, they went for the next best thing, which is the position we had in the morning, and now perhaps this one, which again appears to share a lot of similarities. Of course, it will not be 1-for-1 the same. We have pieces on different squares. But in general, I think we will play for the center, and a lot of classical principles will apply here.
Yes, there will be some nuances. And we already know that whenever there is a knight on a8 and a knight on a1, of course, then placing it prematurely on b3 or b6 might not be the right square because you lose flexibility. I can very well envisionize that something like going the center like e4, d4, c3, knight c2. This knight most probably will support the center through knight c2, and that could be very nice.
In fact, Peter, if we look at the top engine choices, e4, knight f3, and d4 aren't surprising at all, I would say. But d3 is the 4th best move, so no c4 present here anywhere, as in the normal starting position. And the 5th best move, knight b3, already shows a negative evaluation. So
yes, but this is this is often absolute trolling by the computer, yeah, that, that if, for example, we just make a no move, yeah, kind of just a neutral move, then already black is better, which means then actually white really has a very nice position at the start, yeah, that if one could claim that black could get an extra tempo and still white is better. What is this?
No, I think the extra tempo is kind of like 1d3, but we'll have to see it. I don't think it's as straightforward as just saying we got this position with an extra move. I think also here there'll be a large preference that we'll see, because e4 and d4 are both, I believe, equally playable, even though the computer says that e4 is the best move. And I think we'll see players deciding according to taste here which move they want to go for. Because here it's easier to see what you can expect somehow.
Exactly. There is kind of more clarity. Yes, there are little tricks there with this knight on e8, rook b8 construction. But my mind also instantly signaled me that e4 is kind of the move, because d4, then I feel that this rook on b8, kind of d4, d5, for example, I might get stuck. Yeah, then playing c4 is like very strange, because d takes c4, queen a4 check might run into b5, and immediately black protects the pawn.
One more thing to notice is that if we go e4, then against both the most natural replies, classically e5 and c5, black might be lacking a knight going to c6. After e5, e4, e5, knight f3, that could be seen directly. And after e4, c5 as well, the knight doesn't often belong to b6 in these positions.
Yes, exactly. The point what I meant with the tempo is like, for example, white would play the move a3, and then we let computer run, and he will already say that black is better. Yeah, this is kind of the funny kind of thing. If computer says that already knight b3 is a small, a small advantage for black, so...
I think we actually have moves. The first players have made the first move.
That's great news. Yeah, so e4 already played by Magnus. However, because Magnus is having the top board, but he's not leading the tournament at this very moment, I believe this is fair if we focus on the players more. Of course, we will be covering Magnus, that's clear. But maybe some other game will get the absolute highlight, unless Magnus's game will be so spectacular. And we see sudden against Niepo, knight f3. This is very soft, and Niepo is already laughing. Okay, you did not play e4. You missed your chance of grabbing the advantage. You have nothing, my friend. I just love how one can read Niepo's mind when you just look at him for 2 seconds at the right moment.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure if knight f3 is so harmless. I think it's just, again, people will try to conjure up something close to a structure they know, because the position is so close to something familiar. But we'll see what Nepo does. Yeah, so far knight f3, knight f6 is no commitment here, but if d4, for example, comes as the second move, I don't think he can easily play the Grunfeld with a knight on a8.
Yeah, Vincent is still thinking. I'm looking around. Sadic against Nihal played c4. Abdusatulov, of course, played e4. And e4, d5, e5 already on the board in that game against Benjamin Bock. Clearly, Nodirbek having quite some experience playing freestyle chess, so e4 comes naturally. Let's take a look at Maxim Vashev. Wow, Maxim, what has happened? You are a trademark 1e4 player, and exactly he switched to d4. That's a surprise. I would have lost kind of the bet if you would have asked me. I would say for sure e4, that's for sure. But yeah, that's the situation. All right, any developments so far? Vohidov is thinking after e4.
I'm wondering, will we see another move than d4, e4, c4, or knight f3? What do you think? Anywhere. We will see a graphic on the first moves probably within half an hour. Do you think there will be anyone who played a different first move?
Well, it would be very surprising. Well, maybe someone feels like, let me be original and play b4, but I cannot really see it happen.
I think knight b3 might also be a candidate. That's not to be like completely dismissed.
No.
No?
No, no. I don't know. Somehow with the rook on b1, I don't feel comfortable playing knight b3. I feel like already I have something going on the b file, even if it's closed. of course, it's a total joke. Sometimes the mind plays some games.
And we see Nepo is not laughing now, yeah?
No, but he's looking like, okay, what is it? I can choose whatever I want. Will he play Grünfeld?
That's what I was saying, that with knight on a8, this does not feel like a natural play.
Yeah, it's tricky. Yeah, that this small little detail makes a huge difference. Vincent is taking his time, and Nyapo goes g6. I can read, my boy. I can read Nyapo. G6, because he's tempted that since c4, d5, and eventually somewhere this bishop f5 tempo could maybe be that's only one guess. Another guess is maybe he wants to play some King's-Indian kind of structure with d6, bishop g7, bishop f5, c5, b5 kind of stuff. That's your style, no?
Perhaps, yeah. It's just the knight on a8. It's so far it's hard to envision where it's supposed to go. So probably you just keep it there and you play all the other moves that you can.
Yeah, I don't know. It will be very interesting to ask the players what they think end of the day about all this kind of stuff. The first position was a complete nightmare and horror for all the players who played with the black pieces. Hans was here in the studio. First of all, I did not want to keep on bombing with hundreds of questions. And secondly, he had the white pieces. Yeah, so he wasn't in a state of shock when he looked up to the monitor and what? No, and I'm black? No. So he wasn't in this situation. But yeah, for example, Magnus or Vincent, I would really love to hear from them what they were thinking. And they might feel like, wait a second, and now with this position we are getting the white pieces. Come on, this is a joke. Let's compare the two positions. Black has a much more healthier position here.
Yeah, I think it's also just easier to play with the king probably going to the most common side on the king side here. Because somehow when we had these kind of mirror theory duels, it is not very easy to adapt to this because you're still thinking about an original position.
And there we have the playing hall. It's always such a pleasure to look at it. We see some players very comfortably walking up and down. Yeah, Magnus has already made his move with e4. He's just enjoying his moment. And I was wondering, actually, sorry to interrupt, that the Musa, he's the one who is always watching. He's always there when Magnus finishes yesterday when with Maxime Lagarde game, he joined the conversation there. And I was guessing that he is on the top boards of the classical.
He is. He's 4 out of 4.
4 out of 4, yes.
Yeah.
And whenever you see someone walking so comfortably and being in the mix, it means that he's doing well, yeah?
Yeah, and you can also see there are 4 boards being projected there on the wall, and I think it's easy to tell which ones are the classical ones and which ones are freestyle. Unless, of course, all of them are classical and people are just late. But here in this case, as you can see on the left-hand side, people are playing many moves already, and right-hand side, we see 1 move each.
I also believe that we should mention that the zero tolerance is valid for the freestyle event, yeah, because that's the whole point, that you get a fresh position, you don't know what's going on, you don't know the evaluation, and thanks to this, there is all this excitement. If someone comes late and he already knows the position and then has the chance to look at his phone or whatever, her phone, gets information, then why are we playing this game, yeah? But in classical game, everybody already has his repertoire, that you know your starting position, you know it all your life, you have done enough preparation, so they don't have to be strictly at their boards when they start the round. So Sadhana Professional, Gist is solid stuff.
Yeah. This might be a good moment to switch to the bird's eye view to see how all the boards have begun.
Yeah, that's always great. So we have, wow, Carlsen, Vohidov. So e4, d5, e5 is a thematic match what is this kind of Scandinavian advance, Karo, what it will be.
We're actually also seeing Pranav against Duda on board 4, where they have e4, d5 on the board.
And we already know that Abdusattorov had this position as well.
He played e5, Magnus played e5. Let's see what Pranav comes up with.
And finally, there is one c4 by Saric. Also interesting, yeah, that Maxim Vasilyev, a 1e4 player, and Ivan Saric, a brilliant 1e4 player, they both decided not to play e4. And Vincent finally, after 9 minutes of thought, made up his mind and opted for e4. And wow, d5, e5. All right, I think we will have to get into one of these games because this is the thematic kind of position of the round.
Feels like the most important one out there yet.
Yeah, and then can we see the other games as well, just to get a glimpse of how many... Wow, what? Aronyan against Tobias Köhler is some accepted Scandinavian, e4, d5, ed.
Yeah, and he's trying to get the other knight to c3 to kick the queen.
Wow. As usual, Levon Aronyan has his own
We see,
ways.
I think, at least one London and one kind of attempted London from Vasilyev.
And wait a second, if someone is not familiar with the chess world, he might think like, what is this? There is another Saric playing against Fedoseev. So I think it will be important to highlight that I think there is Ivan Saric and there is Ante Saric, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, there's even more Saric's, but Ante Saric is another grandmaster, and I believe he's the one playing against Fedoseev.
Yes. So it is, because here we only see Saric. Okay.
I don't think he's playing a simultaneous
Here,
there.
yeah, this is the Basque system, yeah, when you have like 2 games going simultaneously. No, this is not the case. Wow. Okay. So what we have seen so far, I believe it gives us the chance to maybe look at the theoretical debate that we are discussing. And Alex, please tell me which board should I open, which game you want to start analyzing this position. Everywhere is the same position.
You mean the e4, d5,
Yes,
e5 position,
exactly.
yeah? Well, then let's give Magnus the honor of being the first one here.
Yes, so
Even
let's
though
even...
he was not the first to play it, but we assume they all reached this independently and did not just look at the neighboring boards.
Yeah, well, Abdusattorov is anyway playing downstairs.
Yeah, then it might be hard to see what
Yes.
he's doing.
And yeah, Magnus fairly quickly picked up the e-pawn push to e4. Vohidov played d5, and here just a quick remark that e takes d5, queen takes d5, knight b3, knight f6, knight e2, bishop g4, f3, bishop f5, knight c3. This is what happened in Levon's game, maybe. A very original one. Who could have guessed this at the starting position, that something like this could happen? But okay, this is not our primary discussion. e4, d5, all the other top players, they went for e5. So maybe let's get Magnus and Vohidov on our camera.
I mean, if we think about it, you probably know the advanced French lines where white kind of goes knight a3, knight c2. So white would go d4, black would go c5, white goes c3, and eventually knight c2. And here he could go there in one move, while black's best square, c6, is very far away for the a8 knight. So that's why maybe the conventional approach to playing against this kind of space is not the best here.
Yeah, there is one benefit, however, that we have to highlight, that black, contrary to the French, has the chance of activating the bishop to f5. And in the Caro-Kann, we are losing a tempo with c6 and d5 in order to be happy, developing it to f5. So maybe that's why players who are not that familiar, they were thinking like e4, d5, if white plays e5, I get bishop f5, I should be happy. And all these super players who have tremendous experience think like, all right, you can have this bishop on f5, but maybe it is much more important, as you beautifully highlighted very nicely, that the knight is far away from the ideal square on c6.
While again, in the advanced Caro-Kann, there's very often the maneuver of knight b1 to d2 to b3. here again, we would get that in one move, and black's a8 knight, it might find a good square. This square is just not going to be c6.
And c5 on the board. Okay, so Vohidov does not want to let white get the grip on the center so quickly. And how do you navigate in the position line? For example, you are white. You already highlighted all these things that strategically, what do you think? How would you approach it move per move?
I mean, here I have to make a choice. I will probably want to put a pawn on d4. The question is, though, do I play c3 first or not? Because normally d4 would be a bit risky, since something like cd, queen d4 would usually be answered by knight c6. But here again, we do not have that option.
Yeah, Magnus blitzes out knight f3 like if he knows this, like if he had studied this position. I do remember when we had Levon Aronyan in our studio last year in Weissenhaus, and then with Judith and Nicholas, we asked him, yeah, can you reveal us some secrets about your preparation and like this, and then how do you approach it? Levon said, well, it's very simple. I take position after position, and I finish like this, and we were laughing because basically with this, he did not reveal the slightest of information. By the way, here is the statistic that you asked for: 33 games with e4, 16 knight f3, 14 d4, c, and 1 b. Who has played b3? Disqualification, b3, rook on b1 and knight on a1. Of course, actually, it can make sense. Bishop b2, c4, knight c2. We have to know this is a
this has to be a Jubava move.
It's a complete troll, yes. This guy is something amazing. He just, obviously.
Also, yeah, we see knight f3 usually not as common as d4, but here maybe people aren't sure what to do, and they kind of want to see knight f3, knight f6 first, which makes it easier to orient their game.
Yeah, just a neutral kind of move, waiting for black to reveal his intentions. Well, e4, we fully agree with e4. Slightly puzzled by MVS d4 and Sadic's c4. Aha, a FIDE master has played. Wow. Okay. He has confidence.
I assume there's a name. Yeah. Almost. Yeah. I think now we have the confirmation. There is one player, Mykola Korczynski, who has played 1b3.
Do you know him?
I heard his name. He's playing some tournaments, but that I've been in. But it's generally I don't know. I think it is a little bit of a troll. Yeah, it has to be, because you cannot claim b3 to be a good move.
The reason why I was asking that, do you know what he's doing? Because I felt like if somebody plays first move b3, then he has to be one b3 player in the classical games. Yeah, that okay. It is just you have to be a real cowboy. Yeah, that's how Chessable was marketing. I remember
I think
Adiban's.
Yeah.
Yes, Adiban b3 cowboy stuff and all the lasso and Vamos and so on. That was hilarious, but b3 with a knight on a1. We are getting information from Sotiris that there are few players who actually played first move knight f3 and then corrected their mistake by going b3 next. So it's fun. Yeah, this is freestyle chess. There are so many different approaches to all the positions, and if you are a newcomer, you don't really have much of an experience, then how do you navigate? Yeah, you might be frightened to go into some direct confrontation in the center, and you think like, let me play a quiet little game.
Yeah, knight f3 and b3 would do just that. You might get your English setup. Here, by the way, in the game of Magnus Carlsen, again, we see another perhaps downside of the knight on a8. You can't really play the most natural course of action, which would be bishop, say, f5 or g4 somewhere, followed by e6. Because here, well, white can play d4, let's say, but the point is that e6 would cut off the bishop from defending the king against this check. Normally, this is not an issue, again, because the knight can block on c6 or d7. But here, black has to pay extra attention and potentially use another move to prevent this idea if he wants to develop the bishop actively.
Wow. Yeah, this is a headache. And yeah, playing d5, c5 without being able to put the knight on c6, it's kind of challenging, and you don't want to lose a tempo like knight c7,
I mean,
just like that.
I'm not sure knight c7 loses a tempo, but we need to be sure where we are putting this knight already.
Yes, because then it's determined. Magnus seems to know exactly what he's doing. Maybe bird's eye view once again in order to have a look and compare how the other games progressed.
Oh, we have some very symmetrical affair in Sarana versus Nepomniachtchi.
Yes, that is kind of solid and relatively easy to understand. I would like to highlight one very interesting thing, that with this theoretical debate that we are looking here at Magnus Carlsen against Vahidov game, all the Uzbek players are involved one way or another, because Vincent Keimer against Nodirbek Yakuboev, Yakuboev is playing with the black pieces. He played bishop f5 instead of c5, and we already know that Abdusattorov with white has also opted against Benjamin Bok this way with white. So tonight during dinner there will be plenty to talk about for the Uzbek guys.
Oh, we also see something. Is that is Ivan Saric playing against Nihal. If you look at this, he certainly has some unique plans for the opening stage. Going c4, e5, b4. Is he planning to go knight c2, bishop b2, and then kind of trying to play in English? I think so, potentially.
Yes, just a second, I had some technical issue. I put this cable into my pocket. Aha, now I'm back. Yeah, this c4, e5, b4, yeah, that also caught my attention. That's a completely different animal compared to the other games. Sicilian, yeah, with an extra b4 and rook on b1. Saric, not only one e4 player, real Najdov expert,
Yeah.
understood that. Wait a second, guys. I will enjoy myself.
Well, at least he won't have any issues getting the a1 knight out after he takes all this space. But we'll see if it can backfire, not developing in a more conventional way.
Wow.
Actually, yeah, we also have on board 4 Pranav versus Duda, also e5. Again, the same position. Duda considering his options. Should he follow Yakuboev? Should he follow Vahidov? Or should he play something else entirely?
Or he did not even, because yeah, he might have not even looked at anyone's games, and then he's in the dark. However, okay, looking up and getting some information. One thing that caught my attention is in the game Sarana against Nyepo. If the players feel like, or for example, Sarana feels like that, okay, I have 4 out of 4, I'm playing against Nyepo, he's very dangerous, very good and all this, can they somehow provoke knight f6, bishop f4 repetition? But we already have the answer that Nyepo says, no, I'm not interested in figuring that out. I'm going to go knight b5, knight d6, nice regrouping.
Yeah, Nyepo knows what he wants, and it's not a quick draw. I'm wondering what could be the idea here. Do you think white wants to kind of go for something like queen c1, bishop h6 to exchange this bishop? Or
yeah, normally I think so, yeah, that white wants, but probably we'll have to get the board, but we have to decide this is not the most exciting. Let's have the other bird's eye view also of the other players, just to see, for example, Abdusattorov, very interesting, Benjamin Bok played the move d4 after e5, and knight b3 on the board. Abdusattorov playing quickly, like all the top stars. Wow, we have a classical English, Dominguez against Kostenyuk. Knight f6, c4, c5. Lovely.
We have more London systems around there. Yeah, this is Vachier, and what we suppose is Ante Saric with white against Fedoseev, both playing something like a London. How did the knight end on d2? This is looking like a very standard position by now in Saric Fedoseev, doesn't it?
Yeah, Ante Saric, yeah, knight b3 and then knight bd2. But it's a very boring, dry kind of position, no? It's we are playing freestyle chess, Fischer random. We want more action, so this is not the position I want to discuss.
We could go to Levon's game. I think
Levon.
there we will have some action.
Yes, exactly. Let's go to Maestro Levon. He already gave up 2 draws, which means that he's extremely motivated to get things back on track. So we already have seen the start, and he was the only one said, I'm not looking anywhere. I don't need any hints at all. I have my vision, and I'm gonna go for it. E4, d5. I also feel that why everybody had this temptation to play d5 after e4. This is it feels to me like they want with d5, black wants to punish white's e4 move.
I'm not sure. Perhaps just out of all the natural central pawn moves, this one appears best because e4, e5, knight f3 would already have you asking yourself the question what to do. There is no knight to defend the pawn. You don't know for sure if something like knight f6 can work here.
Yes, can you play the Petrov or not? Besides, I also believe that maybe something like d4 could be a question as well, because there is this hanging pawn on a7.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so a lot of questions. I don't know if it's a good move or bad move, but just imagine you are playing with the black pieces and you say, no, there is knight f3 and there is d4. Don't want to deal with any of that. And then what comes next? c5 might feel like also ugly knight on a8. No, this isn't the right way. And then you convince yourself, wait a second, but there's d5. It looks good. e d5, queen d5, improved Scandinavian. If e5, that should be some kind of a good French or good Caro-Kann, how you want to name it. But it's a very tricky one, as we have seen. But yeah, let's first check out on Levon's game. Takes, knight b3. Also very nice to see Tobias Köhler already last year. He played a very good event. I remember we have been covering him in some games. Bishop g4, f3. And in my mind, he's a great theoretician in classical chess. He's always has always some great preparation. And all the more I'm happy for him that he's doing great in freestyle, because it means that he is not only that's why so good because he relies on preparation, but he's extremely gifted. Knight c3, hitting the queen fall back all the way to d8, d4, e6, bishop d3, takes, bishop e7. One could argue that it's kind of a solid position for black. So what was the idea behind that really attracted Levon's attention? And I believe the next 2 moves reveal it, that certainly Levon is not intending to play a short castle. That was not the plan. He opts for bishop g5, and after short castle goes long castle. He wants to go rook he1 and strike in the center.
This is reminding me somewhat of some Rubinstein French or other French structures where black somehow manages to trade the bishop off. That is usually his biggest problem. But white has space advantage, and he's usually playing actively in the center and in the king side.
Yeah, it looks promising for white, actually, because black will have to deal with this eventual d4, d5 idea. Do you go knight b6, then you cannot really get this b5 counterplay.
You also have to wonder if white just goes h4 at some point, what will happen? Maybe h5?
h4, h5, and then if I stop you, block you with h6, you just retreat, yeah?
I just retreat, and again, I prepare to push on the king side. But I think we have one more move in the game.
Knight d5. Aha. So black wants to release the tension as quickly as possible.
It is a very solid approach. Probably at least one more minor piece will be exchanged.
Yeah, it makes sense. As they say, yeah, if you have space advantage, you should try to keep the pieces, and with less space, you should try to trade. Of course, you should never force trading if you are wasting too much time. Yeah, that could also backfire. One thing I want to say about the position, that the seemingly strange knight on b3 has a great purpose. We know that in all these Caro-Kann or Rubinstein French positions, black is actually aiming to create counterplay, breaking the center with c7, c5, which is simply not possible due to the knight on b3.
Neither is a5, which can also be a possible play against the white king because of this rook b8 versus knight b3 construction.
Yes. So seemingly looks like what is Levon doing? I think what he's doing is quite smart and original, certainly original. What do we do now?
I would think bishop takes e7.
Yes, and then do we capture with the queen?
I'm not sure about that. Probably, but I think here the objective solution would just be to take on d5 and try to claim some small advantage.
But then how do you continue?
I suppose rook h e1.
Simply rook e1 and queen g5 check, you would...
I would go queen d2.
Yeah, and you have the e file, yeah.
Yeah, not blinking once. We just play this position. It is a bit unpleasant for black. I suppose king d2.
King d2, yeah. And
if knight b6, we might have some knight a5.
Knight a5, yeah. Knight a5 is very unpleasant. Yeah, that was a...
Computer disagrees, perhaps because we had rook e7, yeah?
Yeah, maybe we have, of course, yeah, just to highlight that in general, we have this knight a5 move in the pocket targeting.
No,
Computer disagrees. What, knight c5 is then the move?
We are still not hitting it, yeah?
Okay, knight c5. All right.
Because of knight d7 if the knight moves, I guess.
Yeah, it's similar idea. Okay, hitting the pawn. In any case, one thing is for sure that a human eye understands that white is better. Yeah, Levon takes on e7.
Yeah, also in these kind of symmetrical positions, even one or two moves ahead of your opponent can be a very big deal. Because if black doesn't get to neutralize the e-file completely, then it will always be something to think about in the future.
Well, and black captured back with the queen, just as we analyzed. So what are we dealing with? Okay. This knight takes d5, but the point is, I think, psychological. That, for example, if Levon plays against another 2750 player, then he might think like, okay, knight d5, ed, rook e1, queen g5, queen d2. This is a lovely endgame. I'm going to torture my opponent. But when you are over 200 rating points higher than your opponent, then are you still willing to trade all those pieces? And then think like, okay, it's for sure a slight advantage, maybe even more, and I will rely on that. Or you are afraid to trade because we are getting maybe closer to a draw.
Levon will have to see about that, but it's not so easy to avoid because a move like knight e4 might even run into knight b4, just a greedy option.
Wow. Hitting the pawn and the queen. So yes, maybe the good news for Levon is that he really doesn't have a choice, because also any neutral move, black can then take on c3 and play c6 or knight b6, and he will have a very solid structure anyway.
Yes, sometimes it is the best situation where you have to play a move simply because it is much better than all the rest.
Yes.
It's harder to make a mistake.
You don't have any other choice. Besides, I'm not even sure that black should play queen g5. Yeah, black can maybe just play queen d6.
Yeah, we could have also played rook d e1, speaking of, but that's already details for, for another moment, yeah?
Yes, that's already too much of a finesse for our audience, I believe. I understand the point of it, but yeah, queen d6 maybe even a more natural move than queen g5, because with the queens on the board, then potentially knight b6, knight d7 is available against knight c5, which can attract black's attention. Not easy for Levon to psychologically make up his mind, especially knowing that he has drawn two games
he
already.
Played a move, and I think he did not take.
He played knight e4. Wait a second. Excuse me. What did Alex just say? That there is this fancy knight b4 with double attack?
Yeah, Alex may be greedy, but Levon does not care.
Not caring or blundering. Oh.
No,
he hasn't played.
No,
Good.
I just saw his hand going towards the clock, so I assumed he would play
Wow.
something. Yeah,
Wow,
my bad.
you
my bad.
tricked me. You tricked me. I thought like it is impossible that
No,
Levon misses knight before.
It is Levon who tricked me. You see,
Yeah,
he
he
made a
takes.
movement towards the clock like he did just now, so I assumed he had played a move.
He took on d5. He plays the position, not his opponent. This is, I think, the kind of correct approach, especially in this position. Rook he1 played as well. Everything normal.
He's looking a little bored.
Yeah, little bored. Okay, this is the problem. Yeah, when you have 2 draws already in the tournament, and you know that, okay, you have the white pieces you should be pushing, then it might be unpleasant for him that he had to liquidate so much already. On the other hand, he has something to play with.
Well, he could have looked on stage and played e4, d5, e5. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's not his style. And anyway, even at that moment, you don't know what is the better move. I believe we have covered this game enough. Let's get back to the bird's eye view, and then we can have some feeling about what's going on. First of all, in the Carlsen-Vohidov game, the bishop got blocked. So black actually opted for e6.
And for a kind of French setup, yeah.
A French setup when Magnus very happily putting his pawn on c3 and the knight on c2. Probably sooner or later we might be seeing d4, but black is maybe trying to trade off the light squared bishops with some...
I think this is a very good French, though, because I remember distinctly in French advanced lines where white goes knight a3, knight c2, sometimes a3, and sometimes even rook b1 to prepare b4 if it comes to it. This is usually all directed against a knight on c6, which isn't the problem here, but I would still think that his piece placement is much more natural for this structure.
Yeah, it is natural. Let's compare it with the other one. Wow, Pranavagans Duda, they are playing the Caro-Kann spirit. Yeah, with h4 even, advanced Caro-Kann with h4, with the knight on a8.
Now you certainly cannot go for any c5 though without playing a6 or another move that prepares it.
Yes, and Vincent's game is also some kind of a hybrid kind of stuff with knight b3, knight e2.
Yeah, Vincent, I think, is trying to stay flexible to kick the bishop while still targeting the b5 square if black goes c5.
Exactly, yeah. Maybe this is a good position to jump to, because it is a very special one with this knight e2, knight b3, just to highlight, and we can then compare all these games. Let me bring that up. So Vincent Keimer against Nodirbek Yakuboyev. e4, d5, e5, bishop f5. The most natural, we were kind of wondering what happens after bishop f5. Vincent played knight b3, and after e6, Vincent played knight e2. I would have said that's a shocker. Vincent, by the way, had spent more than 20 minutes already for his first 4 moves. But yeah, everything is based on the fact that c5, knight g3 hits the bishop, and as Alex highlighted before, already like some 20 minutes ago, one of the very first things that you mentioned, I remember that once you play this d5, c5, you always have to watch out for bishop b5, because when you play bishop f5, e6, this check can be deadly. Very good call. This is showing also in this line, and then after knight e2, if we cannot play c5, what do we do?
I would consider playing analogously to the actual Caro-Kann line, where, let's say, even h5 can be a serious move.
Wow, yes, because you are a Caro-Kann expert.
Well,
you play the Caro-Kann. h5.
And whenever white goes h4, we could target it with bishop e7.
And what about the ultra crazy knight ed4? Is that a move with the idea of bishop b5 check and then sacrificing on c6? I probably don't believe, but because it's funny enough, we should mention it's freestyle chess. Who knows? Let me just try one time. I'm not a big believer. I just wanted to highlight that there was this possibility when black has to play the move king e7. And it looks dangerous, but there are no pieces to follow up the attack. Black will probably get f6, king f7, also queen b6 tempo. This is not, and clearly my intention was not to take bishop c6 because this two pieces business is clearly very good for black.
Yeah, so the direct approach shouldn't work, but we will see. I believe Yakuboyev also has some experience with the Caro-Kann, so he certainly knows the ideas. I'm not sure if h5 is the only move to play, but usually black likes to kind of fix the structure on the king side so the bishop doesn't get harassed too much.
Yeah, h5, yeah, the smart move. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, what would be your kind of feeling that how to deal with this h5? I intuitively don't want to push h4.
I would think about just kind of going I was about to say d4, but maybe d4 opens up to knight b6.
Wow, queen h4. Really?
Wow. Okay,
Wow,
that is a statement.
That's a move. Vincent also tries to find his spot. That wait a second. What hit me? What is this queen h4? Because normally people are taught that don't do this kind of stuff. Don't activate your queen prematurely. But Yakuboyev did take some time, and Vincent is like, what is this all about, this queen h4 move?
Well, he certainly takes out h4 for white for the time being.
Yeah, and Vincent looks at Yakuboyev. Really? Really? This is the move? Yeah, probably it just wants to stop h4, but
you know,
if knight g3 and then d4, bishop d3, we play primitive chess, then what happens? Or you have something even more
I'm
smart.
thinking that against knight g3 there might be bishop g4.
Okay, but I don't mind trading these bishops anyway, so okay, you play bishop g5, I play bishop e2.
Yeah.
Okay.
Takes,
then
I suppose.
Take, queen takes.
Okay, queen b5 doesn't do much yet, so we could go maybe knight h6.
Knight h6, I just want to play normal chess, d4. I don't want anything else.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know, the queen on h4 does look very odd.
Yeah, it is very odd. I just don't really get it, because this bishop on f5 is such an active piece that I would anyway love to trade it with d4, bishop d3. I don't really care, but what does this do? Very strange. Very strange. Queen h4. If you would have asked me to guess 5 moves or even 10, queen h4 would have not appeared on the board.
By the way, there's another somewhat sneaky idea, I think. If white goes d4 here without playing knight g3, then there might be queen e4 for black.
Pin here and some pressure against the c2 pawn, and there is no...
Yeah, c2 pawn is very awkward to protect because you don't really want to go knight a1.
No, not at all. Yeah, funny kind of stuff. No, but okay, after queen h4, knight g3 is like an a-tempo kind of move. If it's not a classical game, in a blitz game you play it a-tempo. In a classical game, of course, you want to take your time. Yeah, Vincent is like, okay, all right, but still, he seems to be, yeah, what is it exactly? What is it?
Yeah. Hey, you might also be tempted to kind of start thinking a lot, trying to kind of refute such a move, but it seems it's not too bad, and in this kind of closed position, you just have to kind of keep playing normal moves.
Yeah, what is this? Okay, let's just play this normal, okay, knight g3. You don't even have to play bishop. For example, you go back, I play d4, you have your move, you will win a tempo compared to the previous line. I just want generally to understand that can white, with the most primitive of primitive play, get something? Yeah, this is my question.
I'm thinking if I want to exchange the dark squared bishops here or not.
Yeah, this bishop before check, yeah?
Yeah. Maybe not, yeah? Maybe I should just go knight e7, or again, I would consider h6, but I don't know which one.
Okay, basically you can, whenever you are not comfortable, you can take it back. We are just analyzing.
Yeah, bishop d3. Okay.
Asking these simple questions.
I don't know. I feel a bit strange playing bishop e7 and kind of cutting the queen off there, but it feels like white has a more comfortable game here, yeah?
Yes, I feel like it. That's why I don't even want, because if my opponent plays the move queen h4 after like 50 minutes of thoughts, that means that he has covered all the so-called refutational possibilities, yeah, that he's not afraid of them. So I'm just very tempted to say, all right, I respect your move, I believe you, but what happens if I just ignore it and play normal chess?
Yeah, I think this should be the correct approach, yeah?
Looks a healthy one, and it's also the second game of the day. I don't want to do anything spectacular, because by trying to be spectacular, I might miss something, and then I will be regretting it the whole day. All right, we have covered this in some details. So that's the live position here after queen h4. Maybe bird's eye view again, and then we decide where to head next. All right, in Magnus's game, a lot has happened in this case. That will be our next destination for sure.
Yeah, let's see what else might be happening.
Okay, in Pranav Duda, we have seen this bishop b4 check possibility trading the dark square bishops.
Yeah.
So Duda opted for it. It's a very special construction with bishop f5, rook on b1. That's why white is unable to answer bishop b4 check with c3. And Nihal Sarin against Ivan Sadic is a very funny kind of, no, this time cannot be correct. It is physically impossible. Or
yeah.
maybe Sadic is playing so quickly that really Nihal Sarin has only 53 minutes.
I think it is possible.
Or move 3. Wow.
It is possible, yeah. Nihal is the kind of guy who would probably want to really get it right. And here we can see he's spending a lot of time for it, because the position, well, you've probably never seen this kind of thing before.
Yeah, nobody has ever seen it. That's for sure. And the trick is that it is very much like a normal chess game, yeah? So it's not like the usual freestyle stuff that you feel that you have all the freedom and you can do whatever you want because the opponent has also no clue whatsoever what's happening. There is a sense of danger in this regard, that if you are careless, then your opponent might get a position that he likes. By the way, Vincent played the move d3, which the computer kind of agrees with.
Yeah,
it came as a surprise, yes.
But he might say that I don't need any bishop b5 ideas. c5 is just not really good with the knight on a8, and I don't care about it. At the same time, he might be wanting to go bishop e3. Potentially even bishop e3, queen d2, kind of targeting this queen on h4, bishop g5.
Yes, I also feel that bishop e3, queen d2 might be Vincent's idea. He's tempted to ask some questions to that queen on h4, but I think we promised and we mentioned that the next destination is the Carlsen game against Wahidov, so let's get an update on that. Quite a lot of things have happened. It was very difficult to say anything before because there were too many possibilities, but now I think it's already a well-established structure, and we can really get into the bottom of it.
Yeah, let's see how the game proceeded after we left it.
Yes, I'm just waiting for an analysis board to appear, and then we can start analyzing. Yeah, there we have it. So e4, d5, e5, we already know these moves. knight f3, e6. That was the first shocker. E6, closing out the bishop.
I think with c5 on the board, he didn't have too much of a choice there in the
Yes,
matter.
it was not a happy move, but yeah, it was more like a necessity. c3, Alex, yeah, you could be playing this game. You called it out. c3, knight c2 is coming. Bishop d7, knight c2, knight e7. The typical advanced French kind of motives, d4, b6. Keeping the tension, so black does not want to release his c5 pawn yet. Let's see, h4, yeah. Magnus immediately plays the typical space-grabbing move, and the problem is that black has trouble blocking that pawn, because then let me even put it on the board, because it is so instructive that seemingly you block it, but then you weaken the g5 square forever. So the knight can jump to g5, putting eternal pressure and getting closer to black's king, or even bishop to g5 could be in some positions then later also important. Don't do that. This is what Wahidov is saying, that okay, I ignore for the moment. I will just play h6 prophylactics. Magnus says, all right, you played h6 anyway, wanted h5 and was expecting h6 then, because clearly the pawn cannot be allowed to reach h6, then black's construction is collapsing. So this is kind of typical to block that h5 pawn with h6, and Magnus is thinking, oops.
Is he?
Knight e3.
Yeah. Knight e3 played. And, this yet again looks like a very good French. I don't know what to say about this.
So what would be logical for black? To try to play bishop b5 if he has already played all these moves with knight c7, bishop d7. Can I do this? It feels like I should be trying to get rid of this bishop. But it always loses a lot of time, and also that's one of the main points of this h5, h6, that finally when we trade the light squared bishops, there's a pressure. There's a pressure, and potentially white will also have this f4, f5 idea. Black will never be able to get g6, which is typical against f4 to block the action on the king side. So getting the pawn all the way to h5 is strategically extremely important.
Yeah, we'll see. Sometimes white plays without short castle here, just kind of bringing the rook up with rook h4 or something.
Or h3 or h4, yeah, it can land on many different squares.
You could also play for something like, I don't know, either bishop e2 or d3, or straight up a4 to kind of grab even more space and limit the knight on c7.
But wait a second, I could argue that, yeah, bishop b5 is played. It's on the board that if you want to play a4, then you can even take, and then play a4. And
yeah, that's a much better version.
Yeah. You can decide you castle, you play king f1, or you play something else.
Yeah, that's a much better version of it, and I think that might actually what Magnus will do.
Yeah, it is kind of very tempting. Yeah, just takes. All right, I'm not even sure how much I'm in a hurry to kick that knight back. That is a question for me, but also something like this is interesting. Then clearly white would maybe go for this f4, f5 plan, or
could we consider b4 instead?
Or not to castle at all and to go b4, yeah?
Because I know from experience that if white gets some b4, b5 in, then no amount of maneuvering will ever get the knights to a good square anymore.
Okay, takes b5 I would play immediately. At least I want to secure the c6 square, and I'm saying I also have the a6 square for my knight, which might be important, rerouting that knight from c7.
Yeah, even here though, with the space advantage, it's a lot, yeah? Maybe bishop d2.
You know, I was thinking, like, even a horrible looking move a4, a5 is forever you take away any square from that knight on c7. It It is also, yeah, white has too many different possibilities. Yeah, I'm not even...
Yeah, but generally with the space advantage, it looks like Magnus is doing very well out of the opening.
Yeah, it is very much the method of taste and the desire for Magnus that which direction he wants to play. Yeah, he's already taking, he's happy. When you play moves like this, when you see top players play moves like this, that means they just think that they are better, and why to spend any time? I'm seeing the picture in my mind how I want to take this position. I will not waste any time. And also here, Magnus's body language signals like he's about to make his move. Yeah, and he castles. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone. I have already landed my pawn on h5. I achieved everything what I wanted on the king side, so there is no way black can actually block the king side. The knight has already reached the east square, so the black knight cannot reach to f5 because the knight is already controlling that square. And
yeah, I think white achieved a lot.
Yeah.
And all he had to do for it was exchange the light squared bishops, which commonly is considered a good thing for black to achieve, but here it's simply not enough to balance everything else that white has, including the space advantage, the strong knight on e3, and potentially expanding on the queen side even, or in some other way.
I also believe that the players probably are way too tired already for the second game, and then Magnus just wants to keep it easy. He does not want to overthink it. He understands that probably the only way to misplay things is when he spends way too much time and just plays the most natural moves and goes for a walk. All right, so we caught up with the action here. What about Saran against Nyepo? Because that is a slow affair, but we already know that one should never be fooled by the fact that seemingly nothing is happening. There are always nuances in the position.
Yeah, white is slowly preparing to go c3, c4.
Did white get something? Maybe, yeah.
It feels at least like there is no way to counteract that with symmetry.
Yeah, now we have the time, we have the classical time control. We can spend some time seeing how we got here, how this Grunfeld developed. And Solana says, yes, it is a Grunfeld, but I will try to play very solidly. c3, c6, bishop f4, knight c7, knight b3, knight h5, bishop e3. And yeah, here I was speculating that if black goes back knight f6, then what happens? Clearly, Solana had his ideas. I don't think that he would have repeated. Knight b5, knight c5, knight d6, knight d3. Oh-ho, oh-ho. So Solana said, wow, Mr. Nyepo, you are smart, you are clever. Let me also reroute my knight. It came from b3, c5 to d3. Let me just highlight that this was one route. And Nyepo
Chose another one.
choose the other one, yeah. Very funny, little detail. Bishop f5, h3. Typical move because, as we already spoke, very often for white also there are these ideas with queen c1, bishop h6. Of course, here now black could destroy the pawn structure, bishop d3d. This would be a good version for black. And that is certainly not what we would love to. But black can maybe, for example, think about queen c8, bishop h3, just in case. So the small little prophylactic h3 also kicks back black's knight. Knight f6 has to fall back. Bishop f4. Now the bishop is happy. Knight h5, bishop e5. All right. All right. Again, we see why h3. This small little why you have to know and feel the essence of these positions. Because if the pawn would be on h2, then maybe black would be interested and tempted to play a move like f6. Force bishop d6, queen d6 when white gives up the pair of bishops, and you don't want to do that unless there is some direct stuff. But here there is bishop takes d3. So in fact, white is not winning a piece. In this case, could I have played the move f6?
I believe so, but the issue could be that I just play bishop takes d6 and e3.
Just simple chess, yeah?
well, at least for the moment, yeah, I threaten to trap the
Yes.
knight, and you have to make a square for it somewhere.
Yeah, and okay, I can of course take, play f5, then get the knight back to f6, but it could be slightly worse.
Yeah, f5 wasn't an ideal move, and now white can just play slowly on the queen side.
Yeah, it was not ideal, but I had to save the knight. Yeah, that's why you could tell me that, okay, think twice before you go f6, Peter.
Yeah, it's usually very committal.
Yes, it is. It felt like it's very interesting to highlight this small little h3 move, seemingly nothing, but in long terms it's always useful. I like to highlight this for educational purposes. So h3, knight f6, bishop f4, yeah, here, and then rook c1. But now it feels like Nyepo lost some time with all this knight h5, bishop e5, knight f6 jump, and b3, b6 on the board.
Is he actually preparing for c4, c5?
Yeah, both ones. White wants c4, black wants c5, and then please try to figure it out, what's going on.
Yeah, this will not be easy at all, but I think Sarana at least clearly knows what to do now.
Yeah, I believe that also after c4, black is unable to play c5 immediately, so in this regard, I'm very tempted to play c4.
Why is it that he cannot play c5?
Then I take dc5, and I win the game.
And you win the game. That might be correct.
And I win the game, yes. It is this is the typical position that one falls asleep, like what is happening, yeah?
Yeah.
And then you just try to copy that, c4, c5, and oops, no, actually white was more ready, and then cd, and already the pawn on c5 is lost. It's anyway even strategically damaged. So what is Nyepo's idea? Does he really think that he can give up the center like this and then play c5?
Maybe he can, but because here he has e6.
d5 and then e6. But even there, some knight takes c5 business is hanging. I don't know. For example, d takes c6. Can I do this? Bishop e6, knight c5. Maybe I can.
Yeah.
A lot of tactical possibilities, yeah. I just feel that this move, bishop f4, knight h5, was premature. Probably Jan was not believing suddenly that he is ready to play bishop e5. And if after bishop e5 you have to fall back with a knight to f6, it's clear that you lost some tempo here.
Yeah. I think also Jan maybe, I don't know, he was played some of these moves just kind of a little by hand. A kind of b6 or knight h5. We don't really see the idea yet. Because b6 is a move that generally is connected to some idea. It's not a good move on its own, I would say.
Yeah, and suddenly will play c4. Yeah, he's about to play c4 because he is not a person whom you can just fool like this. He will play c4, and if he gets something, then he will start to push. He's a very ambitious player. And he also knows that in general this is not Nyepo's position. Yeah? If you are thinking about challenging Nyepo, then this is one of those ideal positions. Yeah? It's no jumps, no tricks, no counterplay, no dynamics.
Yeah, Nyepo just has to sit there and kind of endure the slight pressure until he gets the chance to break out.
Yeah. So, okay, we will keep an eye on this. And the move has been played. Great.
Yep.
So c4 on the board. Now the big question is, will Nyepo come back to the board and instantly react just to signal like, I had been expecting the move c4, I knew it's coming and I'm not afraid. Is he bluffing like this? Because if he starts to think, now that's a very bad, and he starts to think, because he understands that this is serious business.
I'm not sure. I think he might play rather fast.
But then no, then he would not be in this posture. No, this is not. But how long is he in this posture? Probably in 30 seconds he needs to release the tension, yeah?
Yeah, I think within 30 seconds he might play a move. If not, I think that then we can go see what other games are going through, but...
Yes. But certainly he just missed something here because this wasn't intentional to get into this position.
This is not so easy to miss something though here, because there are very few forced lines. Yeah.
Yeah, but he simply lied, like you said, on his hand. That okay, what you do, I can also do, and I can do it faster. Yeah, but here the question was who pushes c4 or c5 first, and this already changes things.
Yeah, white is, in a way, the position is very close to symmetrical, but white has already played c4, he has played h3, and those little things, they might add up to give him some advantage here.
Yes, I like white very much. When I see a position like this, I feel like, now I would like to join the tournament, I would like to play myself, but who gives me the guarantee that I get this position? Yeah, that's the problem. So
I think this, he will take a think after all, and we should maybe go to the bird's eye view to see the games.
We should, and then we can pick again something exciting.
Should we perhaps have a brief look at the Chigayev-Niemann game? We haven't covered that at all, and it has a very different structure from the other games we saw.
Yeah, it was just such a slow affair that's why we neglected so far, but since we have more or less covered everything that is happening on the top board, so it is absolutely correct. The next station could be Salic against Nihal, because that is also a completely different topic.
Yeah.
All right, so let's go to Maxim Chigayev.
We didn't give Hans the attention he deserved last game, so maybe here we have the chance to make up for that.
Yes, well, luckily he got into our studio, and we even made a deal that if he continues winning, then he's coming. Yeah, so we have mutual of interest. I just don't know if the other participants agree with it. They would also be signing up, coming to the studio of the guarantee.
That is a good deal if it comes through. Yeah?
Yes, yes. Actually, maybe it should be written in the contract that if you win, you can be selected to come. Yeah, because after that, I think before a tournament, you just sign up always. Yeah, if for a win, I have to go to the studio, then let's go. This is a classical, typical Reti. Yeah? This is exactly what you need after lunch in the second round. You know exactly which pieces are going to which squares.
Exactly after grinding out a long rook endgame against Fedoseev, you know this is exactly the kind of slow start that you need.
Yes. Knight f6, d3, knight b6, knight b3, h6. Yeah, basically Hans is playing the natural classical kind of stuff, but I believe that maybe Maxim had for white. Yeah, it's because somehow what we are getting here, and this is the rating chart of Chigayev and Niemann.
These are the classical ratings in question. So we see Hans overtaking him in about 2022 when he kind of rose to prominence.
But you can see that Chigayev had been very stable, yes, throughout those 6-7 years. He was holding this 26-40 kind of.
Yeah, Chigayev also isn't too old. I believe he's about 30 years old. So we see kind of when he broke through 2600 barrier for the first time, and he has been a very solid player there ever since.
Yeah, well, it's interesting, yeah, just because people know Hans, but probably they have no idea who Chigayev is.
Yeah, and for someone like me, who has played tournaments for years and years, Chigayev is as much a household name as is Hans Niemann.
Of course, yeah, he's very experienced, and probably have played. How often did you play with him?
I believe I've played at least twice. I remember I lost a rather painful game to him at a European Championship, but here we see him doing very well, and let's see, I think there are a few more moves already happening in the game.
Bishop e3, bishop e7, rook c1, knight b7, c4, c6. That's the live position, and this is what I said, that somehow intuitively I feel like that this knight on b3 is a very nice piece because it came in one go to b3 and it's already perfectly placed, while black had lost two tempi with knight b6, knight b7 to place the knight where it supposedly belongs, but there's
we're also absolutely disregarding the safety of the a7 pawn, apparently both players. Of course, the idea is that black is counting on rook a8 followed by rook takes a2, which in this case works out very nicely. and white has kind of taken away some chances to complicate matters here.
Yeah, then the rook is suddenly activated. So certainly we don't want to go for it. There are all kinds of these questions that when do you include CD in all these rate positions? When do you ask the question that please with black determine, do you play ED, do you play CD, which structure, and then accordingly white will be reacting? Yeah,
I believe here you most definitely do not play CD anymore because, well, classically the wisdom is that you take CD if you can put a knight on C6, which black was never close to here. And CD-ED always kind of encourages white to push for E2, E4, which here again is not an easy plan to execute.
Yes, but I'm also kind of tempted to play knight D4 and then kick the bishop away and potentially go bishop H3 and then knight F5.
You want to go for the bishop pair, yeah?
Yeah, for example, yeah, the bishop normally falls back to H3 and I mean to H7, then white plays bishop H3, and also here I feel kind of interesting dynamic possibilities for white, but this is absolutely not
now this is this is not a forcing position,
yes.
but we feel that the knight on B3 has kind of found a good home for this structure in particular.
Yeah, and I'm not surprised at all that the computer gives advantage for white. I'm a little bit surprised, and I don't agree that in a human game the advantage is really as significant as the computer says, like, I don't know, 0, 60, 70, 80 was he writing, okay, tiny little advantage, more pleasant, but also white has to kind of find a plan. My father-in-law, my trainer, Arshak Petrosyan, is the big expert in all these reti finesses. Oh, you know, if this happens, then you do this, this, and this. If that, then you do this, 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 and that. Yeah, it's you really have to have the essence. I have never been playing this with any color.
We see also Maxim Chigayev up on the clock, so Hans definitely took a lot of time here. Might not be feeling very comfortable. Again, this is a very positional game, so it will probably develop quite slowly from here on out still.
Yes, which basically gives us a very good chance to continue our tour. We have covered it, things will heat up, and I believe that there was a game which is completely out of control, Ivan Saric against Nihal Sarin. We have to head there. What on earth is happening here? If we remove the evil bar, I think it is just impossible without being involved in the game to even say something about estimation or whatever. Maybe even if you play the game, you have no idea what's going on.
I think that might be very close to the truth. This doesn't really remind you of anything in particular in terms of openings, unless you have huge experience with 1b4 and have seen it all. But here, let's see, we have balanced material. We have Nihal who just played knight e7, probably wanting to send the knight to, I don't know, I suppose c6.
I think before we get deep into it, let's track back.
Yeah.
And also, let's get Nihal and Saric on our camera so that...
If we can.
If we can, yeah, I don't know if... Yes, we can. Okay, fantastic, because just to see the body language, the position is so intriguing, so crazy. We have no idea what's going on, and I don't like to rely on engine's evaluation because this is very tricky. C4, E5, B4, D5. Okay. Basically, it takes already a lot of courage to play D5. Now, we don't have time to start talking about this. We could be analyzing probably a whole day if we cover all the finesses here. Bishop B2. Computer dislikes it, but few moves later already, computer likes white, so let's not be critical of the move. It's a very interesting move. White is willing to allow D takes C4 in order to grab the E5 pawn. Some more unbalance is coming. D4, bishop takes E5, and then try to figure this out on your own what's happening. So, okay, knight B6 played, knight F3, bishop F5. Tempo? Is this really a tempo? Yes, that's a question. Knight C2, because actually the rook does not have to move. Eagle eye, yeah, kind of tempo, because yeah, white is coming with knight C2, yes. Queen D7, setting up long castle, probably that is the idea, otherwise I don't necessarily understand the point behind Queen D7, and after E3 now, Nihal changed changed his mind. Yeah, he played the move knight e7 and this queen d7, knight e7. All right, Alex, help me out.
I am struggling myself here, Peter. I'm not really sure what White's setup is. Does he just want to go bishop e2 short castle and then kind of see what happens? Because I don't see any more direct approach like knight f d4 or whatever working out very well.
Yeah, let's try to play normal chess. Yeah, because after bishop e2, what are black's options? Knight g6, knight c6, and b5. Yeah, that was another move that I wanted to ask. That if, for example, knight c6 is an issue, then we could be saying that let's play the move b5.
You know, as you were saying sometimes earlier, to me the move b5 tells me that Ivan Saric here, he is very confident and he absolutely believes in what he's doing and might be in very good shape here.
You see, you are grasping my spirit, yeah, that if you also have this luxury because you're always playing yourself, yeah, so you are not used to seeing the players on camera and everything, yeah, but we are following them non-stop for year after year, tournament after tournament, and this kind of stuff that how quickly you also play a move like b5, yeah, you follow a picture that is in your mind.
Yeah, in my mind I see Ivan Saric eating breakfast next to me today in the morning and he was finished way faster than me, so I believe he can translate the same to the board.
Yeah, and he's famous for playing quickly and we see it on the clock. 1 hour 6 minutes for Saric, 44.5 minutes for Nihal Sarin. The good news for all of Nihal Sarin's fans is that he's known to be a brilliant blitz player, so he's not intimidated at all if he's very low on the clock. He just wants to make sure that he controls the position. Now the big question is that will he control the position or he gets into the nightmare scenario that he invested a lot of time because he felt like I can be clever and I can maybe get the upper hand, and then finally he's on the back foot and he's running out of time. Yeah, those are the dangers all the time.
This is also not a kind of position which will be kind of balanced very easily. So no matter what the players do, it's hard to imagine it fizzling out completely. Because White is unlikely to go anything like d4 to trade a lot of stuff. And it's also hard to see how Black would do that.
And let's just highlight quickly this d4 square. In general, White has not occupied it yet with anything, but depending on the situation, how Black will react, for example, if the knight goes to g6, then I could envision the bishop eventually just retreating all the way to d4, simply, and f6 is played, yeah? So the bishop will be kind of asked, where do you go, sir? All the moves, bishop d4 and bishop a1, both moves make some sense. What would be intuitively your...
My intuition was saying to go to the other diagonal, bishop g3.
To g3, really, yeah?
And put the knight on d4 from f3.
That would be your vision, yes? So bishop to g3, and then the knight goes to d4.
Yeah.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense.
Because I feel like moving the bishop back after Black has played f6 is a little bit counterintuitive to me.
On the long diagonal, yeah?
Yeah, if you move it back and then Black uses a move to play f6, then okay, that's how it is. But here already we know he's committed to kind of weakening his position a little bit with that.
But Saric follows my footsteps with bishop d4. The reason why I said bishop d4, because in my mind I was connected with knight g6, I will go bishop d4, yeah?
We have more moves, yeah?
More moves, yeah, things are heating up. Knight ed5. Nihal jumped out, so yeah, that's why he wanted to get f6. Knight ed5, now the bishop from f8 can develop next. Also there is this pin on the rook on b1.
It is not too bothersome right now, but we'll see. Probably both sides just want to kind of finish development here. Something like bishop e2, bishop d6, castles, castles. I could imagine that happening.
Yeah, but I also have one question for you, that if White plays a4 here, then what happens? Well, suddenly this move hit me. I haven't seen it coming before, and I want to highlight it. Computer doesn't like it, but it is, I believe, a human move. What happens after a4?
I'm not quite sure, because a5 is something of a threat, so
Simply, I know that Ivan is a very aggressive, very energetic player, so I wouldn't be surprised that if he doesn't see anything wrong with a4, then he goes for it. Can you play a move like c5?
I was going to suggest something else, but let's see c5. I think
how crazy
bishop
is that?
a1 would be the move to think about, no?
C5, total catastrophe. Because I can bc, queen c, I can take on b6 and knight d4. Okay, yeah, this...
Oh, okay,
actually,
that's very clean, yeah.
Yes, okay, yeah, I cannot even recapture. So basically, it's simply that bishop takes b6 is absolutely a no-go in strategical terms, that one does not even think about it, and then, of course, when you, of course, yeah, bishop b6. So what happens after a4? I'm very curious now.
I'm thinking about a lot of very funny-looking moves with the f5 bishop, in fact.
And where?
Honestly, just about anywhere. e4, d3, g6. Trying to target the c2 knight.
But after a5, where are you going to go?
I'm going to go queen f5. That was the idea in
What?
some way. But
What?
I suppose it might not work, yeah? No, but I'm just thinking that I don't really want to capture on a4, yeah?
Yes,
There
I
is no
understand.
easy way to prevent a5.
Yeah, let's just put knight a4, because, okay, knight a4, bishop c4 intuitively is very good for white. That is kind of the whole point of a4. Yeah, at least luckily, computer confirms this, because it drives me crazy. a4 could be practically almost be a winning move if, unless there is a very good solution for black. What is this great solution? Actually, you mentioned the bishop move. It hit me that, bishop d3 are very smart. You protect the c4 pawn, and then the whole a5 operation will not be effective.
I'm not sure how effective it will be, but at least bishop d3 is a serious candidate, yeah?
Yes.
Because the knight can just drop back if it comes to it.
And my knight can almost be trapped after c takes d3, yeah? So let's just put it on d3. No, computer does not mind. Bishop d3.
I suppose here we just go a5 first.
Yeah, we go a5 to ask the question, where is this knight heading?
And if it's going back to c8 or something, I suppose that's a big handicap.
That's a big hand, yeah. Then already when I can probably take on d3 and the fourth to go back to a1, and then maybe with queen b3 I will target this. Let me just highlight it. Okay, I play very primitive chess. I'm going queen b3, I'm going castles, and this is like a winning pausen.
Yeah, so this cannot be the truth of the matter.
Knight ed5, a4, for example, and it can very easily happen. And guys, chat, anyone who is following us, please help us out. Please suggest a move for black here after a4. What are we missing? What I am missing, because I'm influencing the poor Alex, so he's under my influence already that yes, a4 is strong, then it's very difficult to fight against it. We need a move. And a4 might happen. It is very much this Croatian kind of spirit, this playing with initiative. Let's just put the pawn back for a second to appreciate that.
I'm sorry, Peter.
Yes?
What if after a4 we go a5?
a5. And ba, you have queen a4, yeah?
That's it.
No.
And suddenly we just put our pawn on a4 for no reason, yeah?
This is, I can imagine that already the chat is shouting, a5, of course, yeah, a5. a5, and the whole point is, yeah, that after ba6 would just lose to a5, or at least that would be the assumption that there is a problem, the queen a4 is there. But after ba, clearly black plays queen takes a4, and there is the pressure on the c2 pawn. What did a4 on the board? Of course, I told you, I know, you know, the Croatian spirit. I know Ivan Salic. Of course you go a4, because you are so tempted. You're asking the question, why not? Why am I not winning?
Yeah. But I feel like Nihal, he is probably better than me at these things, so he will find a5 with relative ease.
Yes, already I feel like he had anticipated a4 and he's just looking around. Wait a second, this is a mistake, my friend. Why are you so aggressive? I will counter it because he's not even looking at the position.
Yeah, and to everyone who's wondering why a4, a5 matters so much, if you do not take b takes a6, then the a5 pawn is kind of forever safe, while the a4 pawn is a constant headache and white gets the b4 square.
Black gets yes.
Black gets the b4 square.
Already a5 blitzed out and it's a cold shower. Mamma mia, this is the point that we are the old generation without our feelings. And the youngsters, Nihal Sadin, yeah, okay, he's like a computer. He's like inviting, please, please come.
And now, as far as Nihal goes, this is probably the most display of confidence we will ever see. He got up from the board.
Yes.
And letting Saric think about what he has done here.
You know, other people who are just following the position, and for example, here, one move ago, would be looking at the clocks. Move number 9. Why did Nihal spend more than 45 minutes? What is he doing? He is not sharp enough. Yeah, white is better and so on. No, he's super sharp. He's super sharp. And after the move a4, he kind of, one could have, it was clear that if it's he automatically could have played instantly the move a5. He was looking around just like, what am I missing? Is the crowd around me? Is this the right moment to play a5, you know? Because this really has an effect. a5 and suddenly white is in trouble. I feel so sorry for Sadic, because if he would have not played against Nihal, against some older generation guy, a4 could have had this psychological effect that you collapse under it.
Yeah.
By the way, we see Jobava there. Very nice to see Badur Jobava. And he was looking at this. This is a type of position that he loves, probably with both colors.
Yeah, and here we see. I'm not even sure how to proceed here. Maybe we'll have to play some very sad move like Rook A1. But of course, that will make itself shown that we are not doing too well.
Yeah, no. This is actually a total card shower. I would be now shaking my head. This is the reason why it is so nice for me to do the commentary. Yeah, because I'm very emotional. My nerves are already not able to handle this kind of stuff back and forth. I want to have clarity. I want to play my game. I want to make sense of every of my decisions. And then suddenly a4, a5 comes and it's finished.
Yeah, we also see there the engine highlighting that it was in fact a rather big swing, that suddenly black is better instead of white. Of course, position is still playable as it was before, but the initiative has clearly switched sides here.
Yes, and this b4 square, yeah, that black gets access to the b4 square, plus the fixage, this pawn on a4, pawn on a5. If somebody is thinking like, okay, what is Peter talking about fixage and like this? Well, as chess players, we are doing so much chess work, and you cannot be forever serious. Yeah, you have to have some way of, getting some pleasure of the analysis. So Desperado, Paketovic, Cemento, all this kind of stuff is coming to cheer ourselves up in order to be able to do another 2-3 hours of training. Yeah, it's when you are working 8-10 hours a day with a partner or with computer, and like you need this kind of funny moments. Wow. Okay, yeah. We have covered. I think we have exactly catch the golden moment of this game.
Yeah, we definitely caught a big one here. I think we can go back to the bird's eye view to see what is going on. And we see that a lot is going on, in fact, starting right from the very first board.
Yeah, Magnus got his pawn all the way up to f6, just as envisioned that, yeah, once you have the pawn on h5 and you castled, the f pawn starts to march, and then it should be very critical for black. Nyapo had to kind of agree to a worse position. And he's trying to dig deep there to defend this.
Yeah, this is a rather sad Grunfeld, what it looks like to me.
Wow. And poor Hans, after the move h3, played the move rook a8. Not a happy camper, yeah, or how they say it. What is this expression?
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, not a happy camper. I mean, a3, rook a8. No. You don't do this voluntarily.
It also shows he could have potentially played a6, but against the knight on b3, it feels a little bit like tempting fate because knight a5 or c5 is always on the agenda in the future.
Yeah.
Oh, and Chigayev playing c takes d5 right now.
Yeah, cd5, we talked about it. cd5 is a thematic kind of move. You don't want to take cd if you cannot get your knight to c6.
We're expecting ed5 here.
Yeah, we are expecting ed5, but yeah, white has also so many, even knight bd4 and then b4 is kind of tempting. Also knight bd4 and then bishop h3. This knight fd4, bishop h3, it's just a wonderful position for white. I believe it's of course solid for black, but that's all he gets to be solid, otherwise it's passive. And what about Pranav Duda? That's a crazy kind of Caro-Kann.
That is a pawn down Caro-Kann though, isn't it?
Well, but at the moment both c5 and e5 pawns are hanging. You can of course protect it with some queen
e3
move.
or c3, yeah?
Yeah, but queen e3 runs into takes and knight f5. That doesn't look so attractive. I'm not buying computer's evaluation there, the +1 for Pranav. But before going here, we have to go to the Magnus game because things are completely out of control. It might be that it's going to be a massacre.
Yeah, Peter, as you know, I am from a different generation and I learned to buy the computer's evaluation at all times. It's just that we don't always understand it. All right, we see long castle coming out.
Yeah, total necessity. Absolutely. Yeah, in my times, you know what it was? I was analyzing the computer. I had the feeling that this sacrifice works, so this move is good. I gave the computer said, no, Peter, it doesn't work. I said, no, doesn't work. Okay, think. I go for a walk or I go for a football match or whatever. I will come back after 2 hours and please change your mind. From 10 times, like 8 times usually computer changed. And I was very upset when this 1 or 2 times computer insisted that, for me, the golden times, yeah, that it was not like pushing the button and you immediately get the answer, yeah?
Yeah, and we see Magnus playing knight takes f6. Could we quickly look how the pawn just pushed all the way down?
Exactly. That's what we're going to do because it is just so beautiful to highlight that this h4 move that we talked about, it created everything that happened in the game. Yeah, now we see bishop f6, rook f6. We are not missing out on anything. And now black will think. So white plays h5, fixes this construction, and when the f-pawn starts to march, there is no way to block it. Magnus, of course, knows this. Castles, queen d7, knight e1, immediately opens up the way for the f-pawn. The knight from f3 goes to c2. It's an ideal square protecting the d4 pawn. Knight c6.
You also know what's coming as black, but there's just no way to do anything about it.
Exactly. And once again, if that pawn would be on h4 when white plays f4, then black plays g6, h5 blocks everything, and it's premature, but the pawn is already on h5. So you can just push f4. Knight c7 voluntarily back. A bad sign, f5. Bishop g5, the only square that black has is this g5 square, but he cannot sit on this square for too long. f6, gf, knight g4. Long castle, knight f6. The bishop has to take, the golden bishop has to be traded, of course, for this very powerful knight. And then there is this eternal weakness. Yeah, this is a trademark French kind of model game by white, how Magnus is playing rook d8. The live position has been reached.
Yeah, we see him sitting at the board, looking at it, and I think enjoying it quite a bit.
Yeah, the body language tells it all, yeah? You cannot feel more comfortable. The leaning forward means that how do I finish this off? Yeah, it's clear that Magnus is already thinking about how to cash in.
Yeah, it might not be as easy because his king is at the moment more exposed. He can defend it, but he will have to go about it with a little bit of precision. The h6 pawn is kind of an eternal weakness. It will be collected eventually, but we'll see how Magnus goes about it.
So you mean that picking it up immediately, first of all, bishop h6 runs into knight e8. This we should highlight because it is very important. Otherwise, it would be very tempting to take with the bishop and leave the powerful rook on f6. But let's not forget about our opponent's resources. Knight e8 comes and wins material and wins the game. The other capture with rook takes h6 is possible, but it is still kind of psychologically not that easy to give up that fantastic rook from f6. On the other hand, it will be probably kicked away. So let's just imagine takes, and where is the compensation? The knight on c2, yeah, is the soul of the game.
Yeah.
Then we want queen e2, rook f1, and it's game over.
Now we see actually that the knight on c2, where it often goes, restricting the knight on c6. This time the one that came from g8, but still the same knight on c6. And Magnus goes for it. He takes on h6 right away.
Of course, why not? I just don't see any reason why not. And it might be over. The rest is kind of formality. What's happening? The score sheet. Yeah, Magnus is enjoying so much this rook takes h6 that he wrote it down 5 times on his score sheet. Yeah? We have seen the score sheet in our eyes.
Basically, white is within a move or two of playing, removing the piece from h6 and playing h6, which would be game over. So this is the moment for Vokhidov to see if he can drum up any last-ditch chances here.
And another very interesting thing that you mentioned, I just loved it, how the knight on c2 is controlling the knight on c6, and how they are exactly moving with each other. And just illustrate, I think, which you also had in mind, that if black goes knight e7, tries to put a knight on f5, which would give some compensation, then actually white can maybe just follow it up with knight e3, and the pattern that Alex has highlighted, the knight dominates the other knight.
Yep, that is the problem. When you have less space, black doesn't have the option to put the c6 knight anywhere else. And it might be very hard to find counterplay here. The game isn't over yet, and he still has 40 minutes on his clock, but we'll see. This is a very tall order to find defensive resources here against Magnus.
And one can see what it means when Magnus gets a type of position that he feels happy with, yeah? With what an ease he has played the game. He hardly, I even feel like he did not really put any efforts. He could have played it in a blitz game. Every single move came to him naturally, and he already has a winning position.
Potentially, yeah. It's just that I think a few players who played this e4, d5, e5, some of them realized how advantageous this kind of French or sometimes even Caro-Kann structure can be for white with this particular knight on a8.
Yes. And this gives me also the feeling that since we have seen what happened and Vokhidov is in a very difficult spot, that maybe we can revisit the Vincent game against Yakuboev, because you remember that after queen h4 we have only seen this d3 move, but we have no idea what happened after that.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. And we'll see what is happening to the queen on h4.
This is the current
It's still happily sitting there.
Position. Well, if it's really happy or not, let's just track back the game so that we all understand what happened. So far it is the Caro-Kann, but it's a very special one. Knight e2. Okay, queen h4 was the total shocker. We fell from the chair. Vincent was also kind of scrubbing his eyes that does he see it correctly? And then he played this small little move d3, c5, knight f4, h6, bishop e3. Yeah, we kind of expected this to happen. Rook c8, bishop e2, knight b6, and here we are.
Yeah, Vincent has kind of restricted the possibilities. There's no piece coming to e7 while the queen is on h4 because g3 would trap it. g3 would force it to go to g5, and then some discovered attack will get the job done.
Yeah, Vincent castles. One can also take a look at the clock of both players. Yeah, here we are only move number 9, and both players have spent kind of 45 minutes already plus few seconds. It seems like I'm really liking white for this beautiful highlighting that normally black would love to activate that knight from g8, but knight e7 is impossible. This questions the move queen h4 even more.
Peter, if we have a look at the longest time spent per move, we see 4 out of 5 belong to Yakuboev, yet Yakuboev is up on the clock in the current position.
Yes, and it's very interesting that Vincent spent 9 minutes 51 seconds for 1e4.
Yeah, so, and all his other moves were probably, well, they weren't as long in their peaks as Yakuboev's, and still he is the one trailing a little bit on the clock.
Yeah, but I think he is happy. I would also mention that a very painful loss had happened to Vincent in the last round of the Prague Masters. He lost to Yakuboev kind of almost without a fight. It was a very tricky kind of situation because Vincent was already completely burned out after all the tournaments, and Vajkanze, Weissenhaus World Championship, Freestyle World Championship, and then Prague. And the tournament was not going his way. He was on 50%, and he felt like, I should try with white to do something, and he got countered brutally and lost in a horrible fashion. So
I remember this game, yes.
Yeah, it was, I stopped watching, I stopped following because, okay, I will just go crazy, but I understood that he is in a state of mind that he was just unable to play, and then I kind of felt responsible because I should have sensed and I should have, no, you have no right to play this last game, okay, just shut it down, okay, draw, finished, and then you have a rest. We will have some training, you will play Grenke, you will have again training, and then the Grand Chess Tour will start in May, and you will be fully recharged and ready for it. But knowing that Vincent is a fighter, that's his trademark, how can I tell him to, okay, forget about playing this game? And it backfired.
Here I'm liking his position, though, because, as we said, black has no natural way to develop his remaining pieces. And it's I mean, I'm saying unlikely, but I don't think going back to d8 can be the plan in order to develop the remaining pieces.
Yeah, it's also very sad, yeah, if you have to lose so much time, because black has already lost quite some time. I'm also tempted to somehow go c4. For the moment, there's the problem of a hanging rook on b1. I was even considering maybe I can just sack the exchange, but of course, if we think like we are better, then there is no reason to do something like this. And a move like rook c1 following c4 could potentially also be something to think about if black plays slowly. By the way, even after queen d8, black is still unable to play knight e7 because of the hanging pawn on c5. So there are a lot of issues.
It is very awkward for him here.
Very awkward, yeah. Vincent wants to have his revenge.
Do you think that's a move like
knight d7? What about knight d7? I'm targeting the e5 pawn. Not really, I don't even think I want to take it, but just I want to be ready that maybe I can start developing.
I think knight d7 is generally a good move, since it puts a knight where we know it has some useful functions.
Yeah, on the other hand, it feels awkward that the piece which is already developed are moving again, while all the rest is still kind of boxed in. But I see some merits at least for the move knight d7. Let me put it on the board. Hopefully it's not losing.
Yeah, it seems like a solid move, and it also, even if knight takes e5 isn't a threat right now, it will give Vincent something to think about.
Yes, exactly. I feel like, practically speaking, maybe knight d7 is the most unpleasant move. Okay, maybe Vincent has already spent time and he knows that, for example, now he can open up the position with d4 and it's good, yeah? He spent a lot of time.
No, but d4, I believe, never opens the position, really, does it? Because black cannot afford to open it.
So black would play c4, yeah?
Not 100% sure, but I would guess that's a serious candidate, yes.
Yeah, and intuitively I also don't want to play d4. It's just like this hanging e5 pawn is disturbing me a bit.
Perhaps rook c1 is a move here, but...
just ignore everything, yeah?
No, I was counting on something like knight e5, d4, but perhaps that's too optimistic.
Knight g4, then I have knight g4.
Yeah, I guess so. Knight g4. Yeah. So we have to pay attention to it. Yeah.
Yes, because knight takes e5, and then it's not just the pawn, but I have this. Then suddenly the queen h4 move makes some sense.
Then I suppose we could go d4.
Yes, let's see d4, because it's kind of, yeah, computer agrees. Somehow, if black plays c4, I feel that, yes, strategically with bishop on f5, this is not so bad. I mean, it's good for black normally, but white has so many extra tempes that this looks very dangerous.
I believe we don't do anything extraordinary here. We just kind of go knight d2 and potentially some knight f3 or b3 preparing it.
Yeah, we are just, even sometimes this g4, then knight g2, and then f4, f5, the Magnus vibes are coming.
Yeah. No, like the space advantage still counts for a lot here, and
yeah,
we'll see what he does.
Exactly. So Vincent is happy, also now even up on the clock, but okay, marginally. Let's get the bird's eye view and pick something. So okay, Magnus's game goes along the ways. There is no reason to recheck it. Nepo is trying to liquidate.
He might be successful by the looks of it.
Yes, it seems like Nepo is Nepo. He liquidates. Chigaev goes for the systematic, yeah, the CDD, knight BD4 and then B4.
Yeah, playing on the queen side, also has a pretty nice position here with something of a pull.
Yes, this, however, gives also Hans a chance to play A5, which he did instantly. All right, the game that we should probably check out is Pranav against Duda.
Yeah.
Because that is out of control, and it's strange, and White has decided to protect his pawns. Normally, one would think intuitively that c5, e5 pawns, a knight d7 move picks them back, but the knight is on a8. Yeah, that's a very special situation here. And after that, I believe also we have to check out on Abdusatulov's game, because I feel very guilty that we have a superstar like Nodirbek Abdusatulov here, world number 4, winner of the last couple of big tournaments, is crushing, winning everything, and we hardly had covered him because he's not on the stage for some reason. Come on, Nodirbek, win all your games, and we want to see there fighting for the trophy.
Yeah.
And
first, let's go to board 4,
to
Pranav
Duda
versus Duda.
Yes. Pranav, I think those who don't know Pranav, he was under 20 world champion, I believe. And his life rating has also now increased towards 2670, which I was like always thinking, why is he so lowly rated when he's so dangerous and so gifted? Things are finally settling.
He does not have a rating in our broadcast, but just trust us here that he is a very strong player.
Exactly. Can we get confirmation? I think exactly now his April rating, April 1st rating, FIDE rating, got there where he had to be already for quite some time in my mind. So e4, d5, e5, bishop f5, d4. Okay, so Pranav was ready to push d4. I'm believing that he's ready to set up this bishop d3 kind of structure, e6, h4. Yeah, if black plays h5, then probably we would have seen the move bishop d3. Yeah, finally 2657, because he was not reaching 2650 somehow before, or he reached and he dropped. Okay, sometimes it happens. Yeah, you reach and then you get overexcited, you drop, and then if you have the quality, you come back. d4, e6, h4, and bishop b4 check. Yeah, we talked about it, that white is unable to play c3 due to the hanging rook on b1.
Yeah.
Bishop d2, takes, knight e7, h5, h6, bishop d3.
We see the same structure we saw in Carlsen's game with h5 versus h6 fixed.
But at least white's dark square bishop is already exchanged, which we have seen that it turned out to be extremely powerful.
This is, of course, a much more solid version what Duda achieved here.
Yes, and he's trying to spice things up with c5. It's a very ambitious kind of move. He doesn't want to be slightly worse. But Pranav is calling the bluff, yeah? dc, queen c7, queen c3 protecting. Is this the right protection? We just quickly mentioned, without showing, I would like to show our audience that the move queen e3 was the other way to protect the pawns, but then this bishop takes d3 came to mind. The queen cannot capture because then the pawns are loose, and after cd knight f5, it seems like black solves all his problems. I felt very happy about this. So according to computer, knight f5 is not the move, but I don't really care. Because I have queen a5 check, queen takes a2. Is that even stronger?
Potentially, yeah, because queen a5, you also have to react with probably b4.
I don't know. This queen a5 check, yeah, computer thinks queen a5 check, and then you take on a2 with good, not compensation, counterplay. So in any case, you don't want to do that. Queen c3 had been played, and Duda was about to make a move. One more time, the players are only on move 10, and just like Vincent and Jacobo, it shows how difficult and how complex is this seemingly advanced French Caro-Kann stuff. We know the structure, but there are so many tricky differences.
Yeah, and you have to ask yourself as Duda, how do you want to try to win back the pawn? Because white is ready with knight b3 against any standard kind of approach here.
Yeah, perhaps knight b3, knight f3, yeah, oops.
Perhaps b6 is a move here?
Yeah, trying to challenge things, yeah? b6 is a dynamic move.
My point is also that something like bishop b5 can probably be answered simply with king f8.
It's on the board, I believe. Yes, b6. Great touch, very nice move. These are your type of positions, Alex.
Well, I am a Caro-Kann player.
Yeah, you are a Caro-Kann player, plus you are also basically a player who is extremely effective in open tournaments, because I believe that your opening repertoire is kind of very fighting. Yeah, you are not releasing the tension, so in fact you always get this kind of positions where you can come up with a move like b6. Yeah, you have the creativity.
Hopefully, yeah. I mean, sometimes you have to play for a win if you're playing people like 300 points lower rated. You won't get to over 2600 if you just agree to a draw immediately.
Yeah, but you are also a type of guy who plays for a win even against strong guys. This is my feeling. You are never intimidated by rating or like, yeah, can you actually share a little bit about your philosophy? And you are also the person who played Magnus Carlsen twice with black and drew him. Yeah, that shows that you are looking for these challenges.
I think it depends really. Well, I can tell you that when I played against Magnus, it was a very simple matter for me. I knew that he is much more experienced in almost all types of positions. So I was just trying to kind of play a more complex game where no matter what experience you have to play it. You have to play move by move. You have to calculate. You're not going to be very comfortable. And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work. But the challenges of playing against good players, I have to say, for me, it is some kind of motivation. So perhaps I am doing better there. And I think this is how it should be, because you play chess to play better. And in order to play better, you need to face better opposition. Because if you're not challenged, then no matter what you do, you will get your 99 accuracy. You will win the game, perhaps, but
or not.
Or
yes.
not. Yes. But that is not the entire truth that exists.
Yeah, and I believe there is a draw agreed in Sadana Nyepo game. Both players are discussing it.
Yeah, it looked like they exchanged one side of the board successfully.
Yeah, in a relaxed atmosphere. I think Nyepo is kind of complaining that I misplayed it. You got something, you could have done this or that.
But win or draw, Nepo sticks to his guns. He is not staying in this tournament hall longer than necessary.
Yes. Actually, it's not a bad strategy. If we know that there are 9 games in 5 days, he's saving a lot of energy. He can have a nice little walk. He can have a good dinner, everything.
No, it is. I'm also watching tennis from time to time, and whenever there are long Grand Slam tournaments, sometime at the later stages, they show some statistics like this player was on the court for 20 hours, and this player was on the court for 25 hours, and well, it would be interesting to have this kind of thing in top level chess, to just see how long have people played. And I think with Nepo, you will see he has played less than most, and at the end it might come to benefit him.
Yeah, there are these famous first round, 5 sets, 4.5 marathon matches. Yeah, in
Yeah.
tiebreak you qualify, and then you eventually pay the price for it. Yeah, later on.
Potentially, yeah. And
Yes.
it definitely tests your endurance.
For sure, yeah. So, okay, the players, I think, are relieved, 4.5 out of 5. But all eyes on Pranav. He has no intention of slowing down, but the move b6 might slow him down. It is a very unpleasant move because cb6, queen takes c3, check, destroys the pawn structure. And I don't know, intuitively, one has the feeling that this is enough compensation. This is how I feel it. Even I'm very happy that my king is still in the center. I haven't castled, so I don't know if I take with the rook or with an... Maybe I have to watch out for some bishop. No, I don't know. How should we capture it?
We capture in whichever way allows us to put the king on c7. Because I think that's where the king wants to go.
So rook b6, knight b6.
I don't know, I would think knight b6, but...
Knight b6, yeah, because, okay, you were the mastermind behind b6, so...
Well, Duda was the mastermind, yeah.
No, you called it out before. Of course, Duda had already calculated the move, but it is your kind of baby, this b6 move.
That's something like, what, knight e2?
Yeah, knight e2 or knight f3. I never know exactly, because I'm also maybe trying to protect my e5 pawn. Okay, let me put it on f3.
All right.
But you will have some bishop e4s, yeah?
Yeah, I'm thinking if king d7 is already playable here or not, but in general, I would struggle to believe that white has an advantage here.
Yes, I also don't believe at all. For example, king d7, and then rook h8 coming. All right, the computer says, no, guys, what are you talking? You are too happy.
Now, king d7 was a bit premature, it seems, yeah?
And why? Is knight d4 important for the computer? Because I don't believe in this bishop b5 check. Can I play knight d4? No, knight d4. Isn't the move, is bishop b5 check? No, don't tell me bishop b5, no, it's too primitive. Then what? Then what? I understand we are very tired, but this one, I don't know even if I'm fit. I would be, able to call it, or is the rook h4, rook h, I don't know what's going on. I see all the moves, but I don't feel that it's so brilliant. Yeah,
I'm not sure.
cb6 on the board.
Yeah, but perhaps white just goes kind of knight b3.
But okay, knight b3, rook hc8.
And then we just go king d2, but I don't really believe it either.
Yeah, okay, some bishop e4. Yeah, this is the Sadhana game with Nyepo. This is how it ended. Not much to talk about it, so Nyepo was...
Yeah, I think both players were reasonably happy with it. They kind of tried testing out each other, and if nothing really happened, then
yes,
they were satisfied with the draw there.
So we go... Wow, I cannot believe it. This is some incredible news. You want to highlight it, Alex?
Sure, yeah. We have some results from the candidates. That is, Sindarov won again with black against Wei.
Unbelievable.
A game which seemed to me to, like, Wei had very good preparation when we were leaving from our lunch, and he was doing very, very well. And Nakamura versus Pragnananda ended in a draw already.
And it was kind of, however, a very tricky kind of position. Yeah, that what was kind of surprising to me, and I believe also to you, that Sindarov was 4.5 out of 5. He has this very critical game, and he was not looking for safety. He actually went for a very double-edged kind of decision when he was facing various situations. It just shows the confidence level that he's having by this point.
I am a little surprised, though, because the games there started transmitting around 3 hours and change ago. So this game ended before even reaching the first time control time trouble.
Yeah, that's what happened.
That means something big must have happened there, because I know that Wei was very slightly better after about 15 moves. So we'll be curious to check it out. And here we see, what do we have? CB, the queens are exchanged, and now Duda is also considering the same questions that we had.
Yes.
How to take on b6 and how to position the pieces right after.
And I'm very curious, because we both have the feeling that, okay, white is safe, white is not risking anything, but really advantage, yeah, knight takes b6, played, now knight f0 or knight e2, it's kind of a delicate matter, most probably doesn't matter so much, but for a human it's still kind of very difficult to decide between any of these moves.
Yeah. I actually have a lot of faith in Duda in this kind of position. I think it will suit him more than Prano. That might be just a personal bias, yeah. I have played against both, but I don't know. I feel like Duda, when he has this kind of sound strategic backbone in his position, he knows that well, whatever he does, it cannot deviate too far from the best moves.
Yeah, it's just kind of so strange that after knight f3, king d7 looks like a very natural move. Yeah, that will he also play the move? First of all, okay, we have to wait for knight f3, but I'm very curious because this computer drives us crazy that king d7 is a mistake because of something. Will the players notice this? Will we see that? We will keep an eye on that. Maybe we have a chance to maybe look at the bird's eye view. Maybe the bird's eye view, yeah.
I think we should maybe at least briefly go to Nodirbek's game, which
yes.
we had planned to do.
We planned, definitely we planned. Just look at this. Nihal is not exactly having an advantage anymore. Somehow Sadic was able to sacrifice an exchange and create counterplay. We will see that as well, but yeah, we want to see Nodirbek Abdusattov's game. First of all, because both of his Uzbek colleagues here in the Grenke tournament are suffering at the moment, as it seems, and Sindalov is far away. Yeah, he's crushing everything, yeah, but he's far away.
He is concentrating all the Uzbek success on himself.
Yes, so let's see if Nodirbek can kind of enjoy this position because he's on the white side. Wait a second, apparently he's also in trouble. Or at least computer says that, and this one looks like a very healthy, good position for black.
Well, this also looks like kind of a regular chess position with pieces where they would normally land.
Well, even normally the bishop would not land on f5, it would be on c8 or on b7.
Yeah, but that feels like an improvement for black, honestly.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It is even a turbocharged good position.
Yeah, it is. Can we see how we got here?
Benjamin Bock. Benjamin Bock.
Yeah, we saw early d4 here by Bock.
Yeah, by Bock. In German there is this Bock, yeah, that Erhard Bock, yeah. And whenever, yeah, can you actually translate, because I'm not sure if I can, but the point what I mean that whenever I see Benjamin Bock play, then I feel like that if he has Bock, then he is kind of unstoppable. So it does not depend on his opponent, it depends on Bock's mood that, how is it, how could you translate it?
I mean, when you say in German Bock auf etwas haben, it means that you'd kind of really like to do something. Yeah, you're itching to do it. The literal translation of Bock, I think, is mutton. It's like a farm animal or wild animal as well, but that's just an expression in German. And it's written with CK, but yes, this is what Peter is alluding to.
Exactly, and whenever he gets the better position, I feel like, he decided that now I want, this is now my time, I don't, give my opponent a chance, and then poor Nodirbek is trying to fight back, but how can you fight against Benjamin Bock? Yeah, that's...
Yeah, he decides to go d3, and then for this kind of King's Indian attack setup, yeah?
Yes. And I'm always very angry because whenever I see Benjamin Bock not being a 2600 plus player, it drives me crazy. I understand that probably is not focusing professionally enough on chess, because then he would be 2650 in my mind. Very solid fundament, very good preparation, lot of presence, putting energy into the game. So yeah, I'm a huge fan.
I believe he has taken up some coaching, as far as I remember what he told me. But he's as we see, he's still playing when he gets a good chance, and here it seems he has gotten a chance in this particular game.
Yeah, for the moment, at the beginning, computer was very happy with white, but Nodirbek was playing the standard kind of stuff that you are actually bringing the knight to e4, and the computer heavily disapproved this plan, like you should have played with completely different ideas. Yeah, finally, black castles, and very often the queens in the attack, we know it from Bobby Fischer from all times, there is some crazy kingside attack potential for white.
Yeah,
but
however, here we have the extra piece, yeah, defending it. And also, Nodirbek is, to me, it doesn't look like he's planning any attack just yet, and it's hard to see many ideas that he has to improve his position here. Because if black just plays, say, rook fd8 or something, just to prepare for something like c3, then I think black has all the cards to push on the queen side eventually.
Yeah, very easy moves, and the move a4 is kind of also more of a defensive move. It signals that, first of all, it gives up the b4 square, yeah, so the move rook fd8, eventually followed by knight db4, and then who knows, some c4. It's also a position that suits Nodirbek's style. If he would be black, I think he would be blitzing out some incredible powerful moves, but now he's on the white side. I'm just curious before we call for a break, because we will have to have a break, that why was computer so enthusiastic about this position and the knight bd2 move was hated? That is there some way to break this position?
What comes to mind would be, I don't know, maybe playing something like knight h4.
And then f4, yeah?
I'm not even sure if f4 is necessary, but...
Bishop h7.
Yeah, and here we have to see where this goes.
But sure. I thought like you want f4 and then knight d2, knight e4, and then try to go for attack.
It is possible, but I'm thinking there might be some even funnier ideas, something like knight d2 immediately. I don't know if this is anywhere near correct, but I'm just thinking that taking on e5 could be too optimistic.
I will also just put f4. Is this a good move, bad move? Anyway, the idea is knight d2, knight e4. And also this f4, f5 is hanging in the air if black plays the same manner like he played in the game. Wow, it was a mischance, and sometimes you rush too much, you think like this is not a critical position, you think like, okay, I see a nicely grouping, you go for it. And then, in fact, in this game it turned out that it favored black. Finally, Benjamin went a6, so he's just not seeing any goals because the rook is on b1. It's not the traditional a1 rook when you can
it's not
play
even clear if the inclusion of a4, a6 benefits white here.
Yes. And then queen c1 move, probably preparing some desperado, or at least signaling the opponent that you have to pay attention to that sacrifice sooner or later at some moment.
However, for black, it's usually very easy to just play rook fd8, bishop f8 even, to just kind of anticipate this.
Yes, so basically after rook fd8 is bishop h6 possible, because if not bishop h6, then of course rook fd8, bishop f8 is happening. So takes, takes, and takes. What do we make of this?
I suppose just bishop f8, no? Or is there queen g5?
Bishop f8, queen g5.
Yeah, there is maybe queen g5, yeah? We have to be careful here.
Yes, at least it's
and that's a knight f6, yeah. So instead of this, the bishop is already covering everything.
Maybe you can...
Maybe we can take on e5.
Maybe you can take on, maybe you can even play a prophylactic bishop g6.
I mean, you can definitely play a kind of a slow move. I'm just thinking if knight e5 works, it just wins the game, yeah?
Yeah, wins the game, yeah. But then queen c1 is total desperado without any idea potential.
I'm not sure. I mean, the queen, maybe it's better here than it was on
d1, yes.
Potentially, he also wants to go h4 to have knight h2 against bishop g4. That is something I can imagine.
Yeah, but okay, h5 will anyway not react. Okay, I play, for example, rook fd8.
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna push b5.
Now maybe we go g4.
g4, okay, I fall back with the bishop.
And I don't know if we go h4 straight away.
But where is this going? Where is this heading?
We're just heading to glory. I don't know.
Wow, just like that. Okay, you are heading to glory. We are heading to a break.
Yeah.
I think everybody needs a break to refresh. It's already the second round of today, the fifth round in progress. Before we reach some crazy timetable scramble, time pressure, we don't want to miss that. We will soon be back and we will be covering all the action. Welcome back, everyone. Here we are, and things are looking extremely good for Magnus Carlsen. He's about to collect his next win. Yeah, in the morning he made a draw, but it felt like a win from that position against Tabatavai. But this had been an incredibly well-played game. Now the move Queen G6 just appeared on the board. Total cemento on the king side. The queen protects the bishop, the pawn. Now the big question is, clearly we would love to move the bishop, but thanks to the queen d1 rook h8 construction, black is still hanging in there due to this weakness on h5. Will we play a move like g4? Do we want to play a move like g4? That will be a question.
Did he play king a6? What did he play? Did he play another move?
No, he made a queen move, I think queen e1. He played queen e1 move, targeting the rook and hitting the pawn on e5. But somehow the geometry says like, I have also some rook f7 move. Do I have it or not? I think I might have it. I think I have it. I have g4 at the end. That's just, okay, it was my intuition. Queen h4 check. I'm blundering simple things. I got carried away by things like this. That can I play like this? Definitely not like this.
There is rook h5 here.
There is rook h5, yeah. My beautiful line that I was so excited about was this. Actually, okay, e5, g4, this was, but you have rook h4.
And rook c4. Now you can't do this with a king on g3.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm just finishing that. Yes, this is what I missed, that there is this rook h4 takes, but of course, yeah, white can here play king g3. And then e5, king g4 wins, because again, when we hit, there is the pin. But it was a little bit too complicated. That was a line which is kind of unnecessary, because after rook f7, there is queen h4 check, king g1, queen e1 check.
You can go back to f1, but it doesn't feel like you're making progress.
Yes, exactly. What did I achieve? So in this regard, then, let's try to find a better move.
There might not be a better move, it's just that you may have to resort to extreme measures after rook f7, queen e5, and play something like king h3.
Yeah, king h3 is kind of sympathetic, because then already bishop f4 is a devastating kind of threat. But this queen h4 confused me, yeah, that...
Yeah, here, and you go back to f1.
And rook f1, and this is progress, yeah? If you play queen e2, and I claim that my rook is not hanging, yeah?
Not sure, yeah, but at least the h5 pawn will never be hanging with check.
Yes, not with check, but still the same problem.
Isn't there potentially something like queen g7 here?
That here already now you can play queen g7 because it's not hanging, yeah?
No, you move the rook and h5 is hanging, but then I can maybe maneuver in some other way. Let's see, does queen f7 do anything here?
It is not as trivial as the computer says. That's for sure.
I think so too. Like yes. There's definitely some difficulties here.
Yeah, queen e1. Magnus would like to. Why is he in shadow? Yeah, I mean this angle was like Magnus was in a shadow. The lights were hitting like that. Yeah. Because I'm pretty sure that the lighting is extremely good in the playing hall. Yeah, what is the cemento and the most simple way? But there's a lot to calculate.
Yeah, and you really don't want to allow any counterplay, because at the end of the day, your king is a little bit exposed on h2. It's just that your pieces are currently covering it.
Yeah, Magnus is also leaning back. Like this should be very good, it should be winning for me, but why am I not seeing it, or maybe I'm seeing it, but it's a little bit more complicated than I expected and I would like to. That's what I'm reading.
He has the time.
He has the time, yeah.
Yeah, he can take like 5 to 10 minutes here, find some setup that he really likes, and see if he can make progress this way.
He can. However, we had the break. We missed out probably also on some other action.
Yeah.
We have already now established here, let's get bird's eye view. We will have Magnus on our camera, and there we go. So there's a big development in Chigaev-Niemann game that Chigaev felt like he has such a nice position that he would like to make the most out of it, and he made a positional piece sacrifice, which the computer does not appreciate now. However, not the computer is playing the game, and for that fact, I don't believe that this computer evaluation has such a big meaning. I would say that black doesn't have anything to worry about. However, white has some compensation. Alex?
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised because Chigaev can be impulsive as a player, but from the position that we saw earlier, he shouldn't generally be doing anything extreme unless he's very sure. I believe he might have just missed something tactical to get here.
Okay, we will check that out. Another update on the Duda game. Yeah, so the white knight moved to f3, and Duda played the move short castle, which intuitively felt like, of course, black can castle, but if we can get the king to d7, it would be smart. But then computer highlighted that no, you cannot play king d7. We did not exactly understood why not, but Duda understood, and that's what matters. He castled and goes for this knight c4, and he has compensated. This is exactly what we envisioned, yeah, that this is not easy for white knight to move. The knight on c4 is putting pressure on the e5 pawn. Bishop cannot trade on c4 because there is this pin along the b file. Also, the c2 pawn will be vulnerable.
Yeah, I can actually easily see Duda trying to play for a win here, because it is very hard for white to force anything really from this position that is beneficial to him.
I'm just trying to understand the difference between castles and king d7, and I believe you were right. After king d7, you mentioned the move knight b3, and then I'm stepping into some knight c5 check, king c7, knight a6 check, and there is some disharmony. While here, after the move knight b3, he was able to play knight c4. That's also a huge kind of difference. The rooks are connected. There are no tricks, no checks.
Yeah, we also probably we are not really threatening to use the king in an active way from d7. Yeah, it's just we need to put it somewhere where it doesn't hinder our other pieces.
Yes. So okay, yeah, Duda has perfect compensation. What about Vincent?
We see actually Yakuboyev sending his queen back to its original square.
Yeah, like we speculated, that probably black has to fall back. Yeah, Vincent is trying to break in the center. It's a very double-edged. And Magnus made the move rook f7, which I kind of shouted out instantly before noticing that there is even queen h4. And my line win, queen takes e5, the brilliancy might also not work the way I wanted. He spent the time, I think he has the overview, because after all, it is kind of a limited position, right? There are not endless possibilities.
Yeah, especially with black's king also needing some attention.
Yeah, and what about the famous Salic-Nihal game? This is already personal. It was a back and forth. Now, of course, clearly everyone would love to play with white. This is a total cemento.
That is a pawn on b6, yeah?
There's a pawn on b6, yeah.
Yeah, this feels like white can generally go have a cup of coffee and just let black play a few moves and it will still be okay.
Exactly. You just say that if you capture something, I take it back, yeah, and otherwise make five or six moves and nothing will change. Wow, it will be interesting to see what happened here, because this a4, a5 looked to benefit Sarin very much. And what about the other boards down there?
Yeah, let's see the boards 7 to 12.
For example, Abdusatulov had this strange kind of position. By now it's what?
There have been some major
Benjamin took on e5. Can this really be? This means that he panicked because of some sacrifice. Otherwise, I cannot explain that how after queen c1 he gave up the center control.
Also, I'd like to briefly mention that Maxim Vachier-Lagrave seems to be winning. He is up 1 pawn at least, but he is also winning in an attacking fashion, I believe. So his game should finish shortly.
Yeah, one can also say that this was a very nice pairing for him. Obviously, with due respect to Mr. Rosner, clearly when you see all the other pairings, yeah, then you understand that this is kind of nice, especially playing with the white pieces. There is another person, Daniel Hausrath, whom people might be wondering who is he. Well, I know him for a very long time. He's a very talented, gifted, or he was a very talented, gifted player back then in his youth, but he wasn't, I think, professional. He plays for
Mülheim?
Mülheim, yes, exactly. I wanted to say the Bochum-Essen region, yes, Mülheim, and he's very experienced and he likes all kinds of stuff. Yeah, he knows where the pieces belong. He has great experience and he's actually doing quite well against Tabatabai.
Yeah, he's playing in a very, very solid manner, and even, let's say, if he chooses to, he could just go knight d5 and take everything down to the ground, which would enable him to probably make at least a draw.
Yeah, so this shows the incredible things about this festival, about this tournament. Yeah, this is a unique event. Tabatabai had just stopped Magnus's run, the historic run, with a draw, and in fact, Magnus had to fight very hard in the beginning and in the middle game to stay alive. And then suddenly Tabatabai, after doing that against Magnus Carlsen, is playing against Daniel Hausrath, whom nobody has ever heard of, a part of the German chess scene, and he might be making a draw. Yeah, there are so many great players, so many good players out there, and that's why it's important to have festivals like this where everybody gets a chance to show himself, especially now also with the freestyle. Whoever wants, probably Daniel feels that I have great chess culture, I have great feeling for chess, but I'm occupied otherwise, don't have time for everything. And
yeah, we actually see him on the camera.
Yeah, that's Daniel Hausrath. One time, you know, in 95, he played against me in the Simul, and I took it as an offense because I was 16-year-old. Okay, I was already like 26, 30, 40. That meant like number 40 in the world, or even maybe number 30 already. And he played it, and I knew that he's like a 2500 kind of player. Then what is this? What is this? And then I put all my efforts into this game, all my efforts. That no, my friend. I think I won the game, but I don't want to say we have to ask him. He definitely remembers better. But we became good friends then. It was a very sharp dragon, and then after the Simul, we started analyzing, and the whole celebration was postponed because it was such a funny position. So I have all the great memories with Daniel.
Yeah, I think most games are still very much hanging in the balance. There, except for Vashela Graf, nobody is clearly winning here.
Well, Levon is putting pressure, yeah, he's enjoying himself. But for the moment, Tobias Köhler is trying to hold on. Now, Levon has the chance to continue massaging. But who is massaging is actually Lenier Dominguez. This is like, again, a trademark kind of position of Lenier. Everything solid, everything at perfect place, and now he's looking forward to the final breakthrough.
Yeah, very nice strategic advantage there. Kind of a standard English position in a way, where White has the d5 square. We'll see. He's pushing. I think he'll be very happy for now.
Yes, he just made a move. Which move did he make? Bishop e3, yeah, it was a small, little, quiet move, a typical Lenier move, yeah?
Yeah, like anticipating knight d4.
Yes, and, the massage continues, but let's head back to Magnus Carlsen, because here nothing so-called ultra-dramatic is happening. But Magnus's king is walking around, dancing around in the center of the board. Where is Magnus running? Rook f7, queen h4 check.
And queen d4, yeah?
King g1, queen d4 check. King f1 and queen c4 check. Wow.
Yeah. Vokhirov is certainly forcing him to start calculating here.
Wow. This is not something that you want to do in this under this circumstance. You have so much more time. You have supposedly the kind of winning position, but
The king might have to do a little dance via f2 and g3 to throw off the perpetual and then get back into cover.
yes, so it requires all the concentration efforts. King f2, queen h4. How do you run?
I suppose there, do we have queen f3 or do you go queen e4? Is that the trick? That might be the trick, yeah?
When?
I suppose after
Depends
king
where
f3,
you go.
yeah?
After king f3, I
Yeah,
might go queen e4. However, I don't know. Maybe you can just take and then
Take
the
and
g
g4,
pawn
yeah?
is. Yeah, but these are very tricky stuff. So what we are talking about is something like this. That, for example, what is this position? There is this trick, but maybe white can even afford to fall into this trick, because then suddenly g4 comes and black is a piece up, but will not be able to stop those pawns, which are not even threatening to run, but eventually the king will come and support. But just an illustration that, yeah, how many things are there to be calculated. King c4 check. Okay,
Yeah.
that would be, of course, Magnus's dream scenario, because then it means
Yeah.
he has to calculate 2-3 moves precisely, and that's it. Finish, I'm done for today.
It is an important moment though, and he knows it, because going with the king out into the center, it will always be a source of a headache.
And if after king f2, black would give queen d4 check, then it's very similar, that king g3, queen takes e5 check, king h3, yeah, that was the position that anyway was supported, I believe, by the engine. But here, no, here we can even win on the spot with bishop f4 already.
Bishop f4, we go queen e1, and then something like king h3, check, bishop h2 might do the trick.
Yeah, but okay, anyway, I already have
Yeah.
I have a choice, so this is not in black's interest to test it. So all right, then after queen c4 check, king f2, what is Wahidov gonna do? He's down to 12 minutes.
Yeah, I believe Carlsen, of course, understands he is winning, but putting a strong player away who is who sees so many active possibilities here, it's still not an easy thing to do.
Yeah, and Wahidov is kicking. He's still kicking. Yeah, it's not allowing it to be simple. Yeah, it's kind of funny. It's of course beautiful when black sets a trap. Yeah, king f2 on the board, and then the refutation, how you can refute, is exactly to fall into the trap and then outsmart, outfox your opponent. Yeah, this is like
Yeah.
the dream. Yeah, queen h4 check, I believe, had happened. Yes, on the board, and we are expecting the move king f3, stepping into the trick. Show me the, yeah, and Magnus looks at him. So yes, you are playing for this trick.
Yeah, and also it's there isn't much else for black to do, because after king f3 he runs out of checks if he doesn't go
Yeah.
for it, and white would be ready to increase the pressure.
Yeah, I think Magnus is now very relieved, because this is the dream scenario that, okay, just two more calculations and it is done. Because then already that position that we talked about, king f3, queen e4 check, the trick which backfires, or well, there is anyway nothing better than this. For black, g4 now. White is not setting to push the pawns yet, so let's continue, since the position might just be on the board. So black even activates the knight, but the white king comes and supports the pawns, and I believe I can just push.
Just push it.
h6.
Yeah.
I was suddenly hesitant not to allow some tricks, but I can just keep on pushing, I believe.
Yeah,
Knight
h7,
is
and now
h7.
the king h5 will come and the g pawn decides it.
Yeah. And if black starts to kick around, then king f6 is coming and it's game over. So this is what Magnus is kind of calculating. He's very happy about it. He can hardly hold himself back. Yeah, that's it. It's winning. I like it. No, that's yeah. He looks. Whenever a player looks at the distance, is also very important. It means that he already knows what he's doing and he calculates. And then looking at the distance, he double, triple checks, because you get wider horizon, not just focusing on the board, but you just open up all your thoughts. And there we go. King FC on the board.
Yep.
And poor Vohidov. And Jules Musa. Always, Jules is always there when you need him. He has also been our teammates in Dezhou. The reason why I'm saying he was because Alex already moved to Baden-Baden. This is the first season that I'm not on the list, but I haven't really been active for many years. And we see Queen E4, and Magnus is just so happy about this. Queens are traded off, no more checks. Yes, this is the second game of the day. I don't want to blunder any trick.
Yeah, and there's not really a lot of room for mistakes anymore.
Yes, confidently takes on E4, Rook H6 and G4. Let's see his hand movement, how he makes the G4 move. Like, will it make like that's it? It is over, my friend. Certainly it will be a pure pleasure. Yes. Look at the pleasure. Yeah, G4. That's it. And look at the picture of the game, yeah, that you can immediately put into a catalog. Yeah, that the first part of the game was fantastic with getting the pawn to H5 and then creating these F4, F5 possibilities. And then also finally, all these tricks, all this trickery, millions of checks are finally beautifully refuted with a piece sacrifice.
Yeah. It does appear very smooth, and we also saw Magnus kind of like hovering the pawn on the G4 square, kind of enjoying it for a moment.
Yes, he's not even getting up because he's now so happy that, okay, let's get over with it as quickly as possible. I'm enjoying it. The question is, do you enjoy it, my friend? Signals Magnus to the opponent, because, yeah, the pawns are coming.
Yeah, there's also no way for black to activate the rook, because it would have to go all the way around, and it simply does not have the time for that with the pawns rolling up the board.
Yeah, and I also feel that normally when a chess player loses a game, he gets angry that why I lost, how I lost, but I feel like whenever somebody plays against Magnus, and then Magnus plays a very nice game, he outplays you, then you don't even have the chance or right to blame yourself, and everyone takes it more easily that, oh, okay, I lost to Magnus, like it's the natural situation. Yeah, that's how I also feel like Vohidov has been in resigning kind of body language from very early on.
Well,
this is not you. I know that you would be, yeah, that's why you also have a good result. And I remember with Kasparov was also the same, like Kasparov was coming and you could see that literally very, very strong players are losing the game before the game starts. You can see the fear in their eyes. They know that they don't stand a chance against Kasparov, and then Gary comes and cashes in. And Gary always had some problem against players who actually felt like, yes, okay, Gary, you are very good, but actually we have the power to kind of put up a real fight.
Yeah, and if it's not a self-fulfilling prophecy, then you have to fight every game from the start. And even Magnus has to prove against every player from time and again that he can still win these games.
I remember one of the big discovery and mind games that I had with Gary was that, because Gary was famous for coming late, yeah, come 5 minutes late, because the rule is that the photographers have the right to be on the stage for the first 5 minutes, and then he would come in the very last second, or when the arbiter is already trying to kick off the photographers, then all the attention is drawn to Gary, he's coming and like this, and if at that moment you are seated at the board, then you feel like a student. The master is coming and you sit there. So you had no right to sit there. You are also far away. You are waiting for Gary to come on the stage, and then at that moment you are moving. And then when he reaches the table, you are also reaching the table, and that's how you shake hands on equal terms, and the game is on.
Well, I believe Magnus also in some tournaments had the habit of appearing somewhat late. If I remember correctly, I don't think it's a very nice habit to have for, well, rather obvious reasons of being polite to your opponent. But if that's what the players decided to do, well, who am I to teach them?
Well, the point is that sometimes you just run out of time. And I remember that in Vikings, when the game started at 1:30 in the old times, all days, then me as a person who prepared at night and then slept very late and I wanted to have lunch, I still wanted to recheck my lines and so on. I always ran out of time, and whenever my wife was shouting that already Magnus is going down, I mean Magnus is on the way to the playing hall, it meant like it's 1:25, and then, you know, I had to throw everything and run to still catch the run. So actually there is, from my perspective, there was absolutely nothing, no strategy behind. I was just in such a stress that I was not able to reach in time to the playing hall. With 3:30 games, I have no problem, like in Linares. Then I was in time, already at 3:10, going out for a small walk to be fresh. That's the ideal scenario. It's anyway horrible to rush from your room direct to a game, because your mind is also not even properly ready for it.
Yeah. Here we see nobody's rushing in this game. There is nothing to rush for anymore. And Vokhidov taking his time, but I believe he might even resign in this position.
Yeah, it would not surprise us. He looked at Magnus like, do you see a way out for me? Magnus kind of sits there cold-blooded. Do your own judgment. I'm happy. I'm satisfied. And I also gets up. And maybe let's get the bird's eye view and then head to some other game, because there is plenty of action. For example, Vincent, Hans. The Duda game is an end game that I believe we will be talking about later.
Likely. I think we could check out what is happening in Vincent's game.
Yes, let's check it out. The local hero, fan favorite.
The one and only.
The one and only, and so on. That's it. Wow.
Yeah, here we have Vincent's position on the board.
And look at the clock situation. Even not looking at the board first, 22.51 seconds versus 3.5 minutes, and the very dangerous position for Black.
Yeah, if Black already had bishop e7 or g7 and castles played, he would be perfectly fine. But here, he just does not have the time to do it. Yeah. Most obviously, the b7 pawn is hanging, but other than that, even things like knight e6 might be in the air.
Yes, exactly. All these sacrifices on e6, on g6, whew, things are falling apart. Very quick update what happened here. Oops, so d4.
We also see the biggest swings in this game, of which Yakuboev's knight c4 clearly stands out. We will get to it in a second. Other than that, players were kind of playing with relatively good accuracy.
Yeah, but knight c4 was a very nervous move already. And knight c4, bishop c1. The computer hates the position for Black, and the clock is ticking.
Yeah. Yakuboev will have to play a move here sooner rather than later. The problem with knight c4 is also it doesn't really add anything to the protection of your king. Your biggest priority here is to kind of come out alive away from e8. But now you're not any closer than you were one move ago.
Yeah, what is the move at all? Yeah, he takes on d4, but this means that White is starting to play d5 and win the game, so Black will have to take on d4, but can he really afford to give the b7 pawn? And then also millions of threats are happening. Vincent is very focused. He feels
now the position is also strategically much better for White, so you have to pay attention to that as well.
Yeah, this is, and it's over, so queen takes d4 is kind of forced, but I don't know. The rook takes b7 followed by some knight e6, queen f7 checkmating ideas are there. I believe queen d4. Do we take rook b7 or?
We might also take queen b7. We just need a move after queen d7.
Yeah, then queen d7. Yeah, I would like to go with the flow, but go with the flow. At least there is this knight takes e5, which disturbs, which basically makes me crazy that this is possible. So yes, one has to pay attention.
Potentially we don't have to take it, yeah, but
Yeah, this is the
we'll see.
position.
Maybe Yakuboyev will play something more controlled.
Yeah, he plays bishop to g7. But no way this can work. Already all this knight takes g6, knight takes e6 businesses are, I would like to calculate.
I believe he is relying on rook c7 there, or
Yeah,
even rook
rook
f8.
Yeah, but okay, rook f8 I can touch the g6 pawn.
Yeah, perhaps. So rook c7
Rook
should be the
c7,
defense.
yes. So basically what we are talking about, knight takes e6, f takes e6, rook takes b7 with idea to collect the bishop and the bigger idea to give checkmate, but then black has this rook c7 defense, and if we are not winning on the spot, then of course we don't need this adventure. d5 was the thematic move that I was calling out, that if white gets the chance to play d5, then the position wins automatically. Let's also check that out. Black relies on castles, or?
I would believe so, but I think black's ambition here isn't to kind of equalize, it is to keep the game going, to still have chances for something.
And what does it mean? So castles or knight takes e5?
Knight takes e5 immediately, if that works. If you cannot play anything super forced, then knight e5 would be the move.
Yeah, Vincent is shaking his head like he cannot believe how is this not winning elementally. For example, knight takes e5, the computer screams that that's it, finish.
How do we finish though? Queen a3?
Maybe queen a3, just stopping any kind of castles. Yeah, queen a3 is good enough. And black's king is stuck and the position opens up. It is over, so wait a second. What else does Vincent have after bishop g7? Because this is very tempting. And after d5, black could, wow, even things are falling from the chair. The nervousness is so huge. So black castles. And that leaves black castled, right?
Yeah, that is already an achievement. Black's king is not getting mated on g8.
Yes, that's the main task. Yeah, this will drive Vincent crazy, that if he cannot finish...
You could just play something like de, knight e5, queen takes b7, but you have to wonder if that is the best you can do.
Yeah, I certainly would like to do more, but okay, if it's an initiative and the pawn, then sometimes we can live with it.
The trivial moves just work, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely primitive. So this is the
Also here, I believe
solution. He played a move, bishop a3. He played bishop a3. Doesn't want castle to be played.
Okay.
Also makes sense. Makes a lot of sense. But yeah, now b6, cemento, but d5 is coming. Isn't it?
It has to be, right? There is no way.
Yeah, there is no way that this is not winning on the spot. d5. Now black is not even able to castle.
Can we take on a3?
Okay, I take it back.
Queen e7. I'm just trying to stay alive. I know
Yes,
you
of
can go
course.
for every endgame.
Everything is great. Yeah, d5 on the board. Black has to take on a3. Well, this is now a huge moment. Seems like knight takes a3, queen e7 is obligatory. And how do we win? Because, okay, we want to win, yeah, on the spot.
Maybe we can't. Maybe we just have to avoid the trade of queens, then kind of take on e6. We can play something like queen e7, queen b3, yeah, potentially, or some other move like queen h3 to not allow ed.
And then just castles d takes e6. But okay, still.
Yeah, that would still be a game. That would be what Yakuboyev would like.
Yeah, that's what he will play. He's about to take the bishop on a3. He's about to take the bishop. And d takes e6 doesn't mean anything because you can just castle and white to.
Yeah, if you castle, you are not dying immediately.
Yes. Okay, one could argue that after castle I take on a3 and I'm threatening. And 18 seconds for Yakuboyev. He has to take. He will take on a3. It's played and knight's the one. But I like not to complicate matters, yeah. But okay, if queen a3, queen e7 disturbs and you are
I think actually
fighting.
Queen a3, queen e7, queen a4 might be very close to a clean finish.
Queen d7.
Takes and de.
And that's all, yeah?
Because if fe, rook d1, and if king e7, we just go ef and e6.
Yeah.
That might be a finish.
That might be a finish. But yeah, Vincent is also tempted to d takes e6, yeah? Because you don't have every day the chance to play for the galleries. It's automatically inside everybody. I feel like every chess player deep inside is an artist. So if there is a chance, then you want to create.
No, he will briefly think about it, but I don't think he will spend a lot of time here because queen a3 is too simple.
Simple and good, yeah. Then you don't need anything fancy. Yeah, but he's tempted, yeah? This is actually not a good moment that suddenly a new possibility also appeared, yeah? That it would be nice to just take and simply win. But d6 is very interesting.
What would be his idea, though, after castles? Why is this even, let's say, close to
I mean,
as
d6 castles, queen takes a3.
Queen... Oh.
And I'm threatening e7.
Queen g5.
Yeah, e7.
Rook
e8.
e8.
Knight d5. Bishop takes e5, yeah? And
I don't know, I would not consider this seriously.
Okay, good. That's good, yeah. Let's not consider it seriously. Let's just take and win the game, yeah? That's what you say. Yeah. Vincent picks it up. Yakuboyev is such a fighter. Yeah, he has shown it at the World Cup, what he is capable of. And he's the person who actually has some big results. Yeah, winning Qatar Masters.
I believe he won the Uzbek President's Cup last year, if I remember correctly.
He also, yes, he's the man for big achievements. Already the Olympic Games, it's pretty...
Look at this move, yeah?
Yeah, rook c4, fighting.
Definitely fighting, yeah?
Definitely fighting. Taking away the a4 square from the queen. So white is unable to give a queen a4 check, hitting at the knight, which is a monster knight, the winning piece in the position. And yeah, now white needs a very strong move. And this bar is driving us crazy because it looks like, it's completely winning. And everyone thinks like, game is over. No, it is not over at all.
What do we think if we're playing for the gallery? Maybe I'm not sure. I was trying to make knight e6 work and queen d3. But
that's it. Handshake there. There was just in fact, exactly the very same line that we have discussed and showed happened in the game. The pawns were unstoppable. A great victory for Magnus Carlsen, and he's 4.5 out of 5. And all eyes on Vincent. Yeah, will he be able to finish this game off? If not, it will hunt him. It will hunt him. And he makes a move, g3, cemento.
Okay.
Just simply cemento, passing the move for black. Please, how do you solve the problem? Because you highlighted this queen d3 idea very nicely, that actually this rook stepped into this double attack on the rook on c4 and potentially on g6 pawn. For example, now the same queen e7 that we spoke about before can probably be very easily answered by queen d3, and things are falling apart.
Yeah, and we will get a move here very, very soon.
Yeah, let me even keep the live position so that it's easier to follow. 8 seconds, e5. Wow, e6, and then let me see where is the heart rating monitor for Vincent? That he cannot believe that. No, this is impossible. e6, if this is not made, then which game are we playing on the board? So black relies on some rook e4 defense, or what exactly?
Not sure. I'm not sure he's relying on anything in particular anyway, because he just played a move with a few seconds remaining.
Yeah, and it's a hopelessly lost position, because after rook e4, then
we can even take f7.
Well, and also queen a4 check appears, but ef, yeah, it's no, this is hopeless.
Yeah, I think rook e4 just taking on f7 just wins the game with queen b3.
On the spot, yeah. He's making a move, bishop c3. Wow, certainly a move that nobody has seen it coming. He's fighting. Yeah, well, it's fighting, but wait a second. So many things are hanging.
Yeah, there are a lot of things that will quite possibly end the game.
For example, even queen takes a7, rook c7, queen a4 check. Suddenly this check appears again. Not that I need all this, but...
Yeah. Vincent can take his pick here.
Important to calm down. Yeah, that is the most important thing. Not to rush. Sometimes such positions drive you crazy. There's also the possibility to go some e7 and then knight takes d5 and rook d1 and then try to play rook d8. But
yeah, it might be too complicated though.
Yes, exactly.
Because the black king can probably be finished off with very simple moves.
Yeah.
Yakuboyev playing with 1 second, by the way, as we saw here. He has 31
wow.
seconds.
Yes, 31. This is actually sometimes a trick that great player, for example, Artemiev, how many times he plays with 1 second on the clock. And exactly because of this reason, I don't believe that this is accidental. He already established how to make a move so that when he presses the clock, he still has 1 second left. And it drives you crazy when you are winning and you think like, okay, I'm winning, but it's still, there are some questions, and it's so tempting that the guy just loses on the clock and the game is over.
Yeah.
And then he plays it with 1 second, and usually they make a very unpleasant move even with this 1 second, and then all the pressure and everything is on you to first of all calm down. Psychological games. Wow, actually it's incredible that a move like bishop c3 exists at all.
Yeah, it is not so easy to finish it off, apparently. Vincent doesn't see a clear mate or anything. So we will see what he comes up with. I don't think he's going to take too much time, because as you said, a move like queen takes a7 is there, and it might be finishing the game as well. But he just wants to make sure.
Yes, this is correct.
Because it's such an overwhelming position, you can play any number of moves, but you don't want the game to be prolonged, because suddenly you might miss something or run low on time, and this is how you can lay the start to spoil an advantage.
Yes, of course. No, always calmly calculating. That's why it's very nice to have extra time. Because if you would be already also in time trouble, like Vincent would be down to 1 minute, then would be tremendous pressure on him to, okay, I have to find, and sometimes when you feel like you have to do something, then you don't find. When you are just easily relaxed playing and calculating, everything is good. Bishop to c3, yeah, hitting the rook on e1. One could argue that what changed if white just plays a move like rook e2, then what is black's next move, yeah? If already bishop g7 rook e1 was so strong, that's another kind of very unpleasant move to face with black, yeah? You have no time.
Oh, definitely. Rook e2 is also very surely winning.
I'm actually now leaning towards rook e2. I don't want to calculate anything. Because any of this, so far I haven't spotted any calculation which just forces resignation. There is this line, queen a7, rook c7, queen takes b6, but bishop takes e1, e takes f7, rook f7, it's, no, I don't. But then rook e1, no, this is kind of the straightforward. My mind is playing games with me. But yeah, Vincent just plays rook up, no issue, no need to calculate anything crazy. By the way, hitting the bishop.
Yeah.
And if black pushes d4, then the rook is hanging on c4. The bishop is not defending back.
Yeah, he probably just calculated to win after d4. And if there's another move, then again, he gets even more time to build the attack.
Yeah, we can see that the resignation on Nodirbek's face. Yeah, there was nothing else than d4, but
now, what is his point? How do we finish the game?
okay, we can just continue rook e4.
Rook e4, yeah?
If we want to play in the same spirit, then we can just play rook e4 and say that everything is falling apart.
What if rook e4, f5?
Wow. Wow, maestro.
Not really, though, yeah?
Okay. Yeah, let's see how Vincent reacts. Rook e4, f5, yeah?
I mean, the rook would have to move, and then at least the biggest threat I'm facing is knight takes g6, yeah, which is not mate.
Yes. But yeah, every move seems to be winning, so but Nodirbek is fighting. Yeah, with this few seconds on the clock, he finds only moves. That's also impressive.
Vincent looks like he's about to move.
Yeah, I wonder if he regretted already his rook e3 choice, because rook e2 was like a very small little touch. Invited d4 because actually it feels like after d4 everything is falling apart, but if not, then it cements the bishop.
Yeah.
In long terms, it's a good stuff, but
Probably rook e2 or rook e4 is still completely sufficient, yeah?
yeah,
Or is
but
there
if
rook e2,
e2
d3?
now, I feel a little bit unpleasant to go rook e2 now with pawn on d4, yeah?
Oh, should we expect d3 there?
Maybe. Okay. I don't know. Everything feels so good, but Vincent can only choose one move. And if there would be no evil bar, I could quietly think to understand what's going on. But when the computer says it's like plus 100, then it is very difficult to... Yeah, rook e5, that was the other that you can also try to go for some rook d5, rook d7, lift if the f-pawn moves, because there is no queen e7 sometimes, but...
He's going to play some move like what? Queen c7.
At least the pawn on a7 is protected now.
Yeah.
So actually, slowly I feel like we have to finish it off, because black is crawling out.
I believe even rook b5 might be enough, but...
And what about rook d5?
I was thinking...
Knight d5. Okay, knight d5.
That is finished.
That feels good, yeah. That feels good. Queen takes d5, queen e7, checkmate. Let me show with arrows. That's it.
I think this will do it, honestly.
That's it, yeah. Yeah, Vincent knows it. It's all over. Yeah.
That's the end of the game.
Resignation. Wow. Okay. Well, Vincent is 5 out of 5. That's why this yesterday's game against Georg Mayer was so vitally important, because I was so worried if he loses that game where he was playing so well and was winning in beautiful manner, it can just kill his tournament. While I know that he's in very good spirits and he was so much looking forward to the tournament.
Peter, we are looking for translation again.
Translation. Okay, Vincent won. No need for translation. It's enough. But yeah, Vincent finds some resource for his opponent, was suggesting something that... But Nodirbek is saying, but this is losing. Anyway, it's losing. Or he can fight. And Vincent said, no, come on, but this is hopelessly lost.
Yeah,
Vincent is shocked that Jakub Whiting is telling him that there was a moment when he was maybe okay, and you remember the computer at one point said that it was not that clear, but he played this knight c4 or something after which the situation collapsed.
No, but it's also nice. I think it might be kind of to the nature of this freestyle tournament that people are more likely to discuss games after they end.
Yeah, because there is no reason to rush. You don't need to do preparation. You have time.
Yeah, in a way.
It's a very relaxed kind of atmosphere, and I also feel like you are like pioneers who are exploring the world. Yeah, when there is no map, and you just want to figure out what's happening in the freestyle world, because nobody knows exactly what's going on. Yeah.
Yeah.
At the beginning already.
So Vincent is the first player to move to 5 out of 5, is that correct?
Well, let me take a look, because already in my mind, Magnus is 4.5, Nepos 4.5, Hans Niemann, let's head to Hans Niemann, because he's about to win his game, and then he will be another player on 5 out of 5. Chigaev has I don't know, already definitely regretting his sacrifice, or we will have to see how did he lose that piece. Yes, he was probably thinking like, this is fantastic.
No, but this is a technical win. Yeah, you are currently 2 pieces up. You give up the d5 knight, and you just put the rook on c7.
Yeah.
It is 2 pawns. Maybe there is something more convincing. Yeah, maybe something like knight e3 works to just end the game right away.
That's why Hans is thinking. Yeah. But on knight e3 c7, he will play rook e7. This is so much the spirit that he was mentioning here in our studio, that he's in no rush. Why should he calculate? He wants to play old man chess.
But this is rather easy, no? Knight e3, c7, knight e6, c8, bishop c8, rook c8, rook b5.
Yeah,
And
wait a second. Let me show on with arrows. So knight e3, c7. The knight has to move. The queen takes, and black is a whole piece up. The rook moves away, and wants the knight on e3.
Yeah, you have to go through a lot of hoops to not lose the bishop on g2.
That's it. Knight e3 on the board. It is basically game over. It is game over, yeah. Okay, c7 has to be played. There is just no other move to be played.
I believe, Peter, we are getting a guest of honor yet again.
Yes, and soon we might be having another one, yeah, if he keeps his promise.
And
yes.
Those two might face each other here before they face each other somewhere else.
Exactly.
So I will vacate my spot to make room for Vincent Keimer.
Yeah, wow. So Hans Niemann will be the other player on 5 out of 5. It's just a formality. The last couple of moves are just formalities. There is not much to talk about. Yeah, there is the handshake. Hans Niemann wins his game, and Chigav is complaining that, why on earth did I do this? I had a wonderful position. I could have done this or that. We haven't seen exactly how and why the piece sacrifice happened. He wanted to get the brilliancy prize, but against the younger generation, these young superstars, they calculate like computers. You don't need to do things like this. No. But okay, anyway, that's a different story. Let me welcome Vincent Keimer in the studio. Vincent, you have won a very convincing game. Let me pull it up, and I will give the mouse to you so that you can show as much as you want, yeah, because we don't want to take too much of your time. We are very happy to have you here. Please tell us, by the way, there were 2 games today, just a very quick summary of both games.
I was happy with both, actually. I think clearly my best game's not as as dramatic as yesterday, luckily. Yeah, I mean, Murzin, it was equal for a long time, but then, I got a small edge, and he had some issues with time, and then, made some mistakes, and I managed to win the one. And yeah, this game, it was, I mean, again, we always have very weird starting positions. Yeah,
yes.
Like we had 2 positions that were basically mirrored, then we had the starting position mirrored, and now we have starting position just with knight and rook changed.
Wait a second, before we start this game, yes, because I even told to Alex that if we get a chance to ask the player who played the first game with the black pieces, then please tell us your feeling when you looked up to the monitor and you saw what you saw.
Yeah, I was very annoyed, of course. I mean, I think I said it already, but during the closing ceremony of Paris, we started analyzing this position and realized how unpleasant and bad it is. So I was, of course, extremely happy to see first e4 on the board, because after d4, I mean, white is just better right from the start, and also it's just flowing very nicely. And we also saw that pretty much in any game where white played d4, black was under severe pressure. So that was, bad luck with the starting position, but then again, nice that he played e4.
Yes, I also felt like when e4, e5 was on the board, you got up and you started walking. It felt like, okay, you got even 10 years younger immediately. You are young enough, you don't need it, but still it looked like.
Yeah, so, I mean, of course, it does feel weird to do this, but, I mean, we cannot really play a normal Scandinavian because just queen d5, e5, black gets out very nicely. And yeah, here I guess it's a question whether you want to play c5 or bishop f5. I actually kind of expected to c5 to come, but...
That was the move that Vahidov played against Magnus.
Yes, and I was actually considering knight b3 and forcing e6, because, in the game, I think what he played was knight f3, and then I was kind of worried about bishop g4.
But I can reveal you a secret, yeah, that after c5, Magnus played knight f3, and then Vahidov was thinking for a very long time and finally played e6.
Yes, but this I mean, why?
Yes,
but, I mean,
it's like capitulation.
Also not very happy with bishop g4. I mean, again, I do feel like it's not an easy starting position for black. I mean, also what we got in the game. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, knight e2 is kind of artistic. I'm not sure it's good or necessary, but I mean, it was kind of annoying me that black always gets the chance to trade these bishops, because then like d7 and castle, it develops very easily. So I was trying to delay that move, and of course I was expecting something like knight b6, just waiting, because yeah, c5, knight g3 should be good for me. And
yeah, please tell us, because we have seen that when queen h4 happened on the board, you were like shocked, you were like scrubbing your eyes that do you see it correctly? What is this move?
It's a very weird move, but it doesn't seem to be that stupid, because I mean now there's no knight on g1, and of course I would love to play this move, but there is bishop c5, and okay, actually it seems like the line continues. I'm not sure what the engine is seeing here, because g3, queen e4. Maybe I can take here. Ah, actually I could do this. Okay. Yeah, but it does feel weird. Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
EF
it is.
and rook g1, I guess.
It is a little
Okay,
bit
I don't know.
complicated.
I didn't feel like doing that, so I was actually happy with my d3 move. I'm
Yeah,
not sure
once you
whether
played
it's good.
d3, it looked very smart because you have this bishop e3 idea. Just one question, because when queen h4 happened, I said that what happens if we play the most primitive of all primitives? Instead of d3, just knight g3, bishop g6, d4, followed by bishop d3, and actually we also got a very nice position. But bishop b4 check probably disturbed
Yeah, I mean,
you,
it's,
yes?
I just didn't want to allow this, because I
Yes.
felt like, of course, I should be slightly better, but it makes black's task of developing much easier, and at least, you know, he also has natural good moves.
And what was your feeling that you have been a Carlsen player yourself with black, that did this actually help you navigate the position?
Maybe a little, yeah, but here, of course, it's very specific, because the c5 spot is so weak, and yeah, I mean, I was considering going g3 first, but I actually realized that this queen on h4 is so stupid, it might have to move back by itself at some point. So yeah, h6, yeah, I mean, let's just show why he played h6. If he makes a normal developing move, that's of course the idea. That's why I played knight f4. And okay, this is a big issue, because now when he moves the h-pawn, I will take and destroy the structure, and so yeah, h6 did seem reasonable. And yeah, bishop e3, it took me some time, but I think it's a quite decent move. I mean, I was kind of expecting d4, bishop d2, something like knight b6, and then... But again, it should be a nice version for me. He has to start by queen c7, and then, okay, here I have to find some smart move, but it does feel like I should be slightly better. Nevertheless, that's what I expected, because rook c8, it does seem kind of sad, but of course it's principled, because like from a strategic point of view, he doesn't want to play d4.
But then you forced him, yeah?
Okay, not really. I mean, he could have played something like queen d8. I
Yeah.
actually thought that's what he was going to do. And I mean, it's insane how many tempi black used. One for queen h4, queen d8, and for h6, but because some of my pieces, I mean, this knight actually is not doing a great job, and this knight is also very stupid. So I was considering lines like knight a5, and yeah, I mean, of course, I can just go something like rook e1 also, but yeah, I mean, it's a bit complex. Knight d7, queen c7, this
Yes.
pawn is getting a bit vulnerable, and yeah, actually, there's one line I calculated is interesting, because I mean, we should show this motive that this exists. I think here exactly it doesn't work, because I have knight takes e6. I think that was, yeah, that's important. But for
very
example,
nice.
if I wait one move, let's say rook e1, knight d7, I think already d4, bishop c2 is okay, still not good. But then what's the move for black? Still, yeah. Yeah, this is so bad, it was surprising to me.
Yeah, in the second game of the day, it's a little bit too
Yeah.
complicated, yes?
Okay, anyway, I mean, I was kind of happy to see d4, because I felt that this shouldn't be so great, but...
And just one question, if he plays knight d7 instead of queen d8, what was your...
I wanted to go d4.
Yes, exactly, so that we analyze as well, yeah. Good.
Yeah, and here I have the choice. I can do this, which also is, I mean, not stupid, because I will get to play something like knight a5. He after the game said he was thinking about this, yeah, because that's kind
this
of
was the
crazy.
line that you guys discussed,
Yes.
because there was some heavy
Yes,
discussion.
and here actually black is doing great, but I mean, it's very complex, so yeah, I mean, BC is of course ambitious, but yeah, I mean, I'm surprised to see it's not that good yet, because I mean, black's pieces are very nice, the structure's very nice, it's just there are some concrete issues. Yeah, so queen d8, rook e1. Yeah, I mean, we should just solid. If I take, I think I'll just go d4, and I can pretty much sacrifice everything. I think this is just gone. I mean, d5, bishop b5, knight e6, queen g6, everything is coming. It's way too slow for black, so of course he didn't take that pawn. I mean, he has moves like g5. That's also the line he considered. He said this, and knight d3.
Yeah, so actually, can you reveal us that what was the very heavy debate? Because there was, you guys discussed...
I think it was this, yeah.
It was this, yeah?
Yes.
That he said that he should have played g5, or?
Yeah.
Because Alex was asking me to translate what you guys are discussing, and I was trying to, you know, find something, but I wasn't sure.
No, I mean, okay, knight e7. Still, it didn't feel so bad. I actually thought that here knight b6 was very bad, and he had to play bishop g7. Yeah, because this is not so bad here. He can just castle, and it's fine.
Yeah.
So actually, bishop g7, I would have to play queen f3 probably, but yeah, I mean here, yeah, he should be fine.
Yeah, there was this 1-2 moves when suddenly computer from nowhere was saying that black is fine, and then after total collapse.
Knight b6, it's not that bad yet. Yeah? I mean, okay, here I was already very happy. I don't know, maybe okay, engine doesn't care, but
after knight c4, bishop c1, it says it's over. Yeah, so knight c4 was a horrible move according to engine. I don't know what he could have done.
I mean,
if some queen d7, I cannot just try to cement.
No, but I mean, I will just take on f5, no?
And
then you will get all the
I just blundered
squares.
that f5 is... I thought knight e6 is a threat, but yeah. It's
okay, maybe you can take.
And then bishop.
Maybe this?
No, this cannot. No, and then if he just sacrifices a pawn? No, cannot. Yeah. Yeah,
I don't know. I mean,
okay,
to me
very
it
tough.
did seem like a very bad position simply, but...
yeah, it is crazy that why this is not lost.
I mean, yeah, the structure is of course very decent, but you have just no time for anything. I mean,
can he take on d4 or not?
Okay, that seems to be the move. No, I just thought I would go here.
And then queen d7, because I was trying this queen takes d4 also in the other line, but then it was hopelessly lost.
Okay, yeah, it seems like, but even here, no, I mean, why is white not even better? I mean. Engine's a bit crazy, yeah. But
engine, yeah, it looks very unpleasant.
Okay, nevertheless,
yes,
he played knight c4, and I mean, I was trying to calculate these lines as well, but yeah, I mean, it seemed like bishop c1 was such a good move. There was nothing much to be done, and I think one of the key motives that we should show is that here, I mean, knight d2 is of course an obvious question, but I will go here and knight e6, and this is just crushing.
Ah, wow,
so
beautiful.
That's
actually,
the
we missed
beautiful
this
idea.
Yes,
and
very nice.
oops, yeah, fe, and okay, just I will take everything with check, and I think here probably rook c1 is made, but I can also take everything should be winning, and I mean same goes here, of course. Yeah, it's the same idea. That's always winning idea, and I guess here, no, it's a mixture. So look at the time. Of course, he doesn't have time to defend the position, but I mean, he cannot castle. The center will open. Now every single one of my pieces is placed perfectly. So.
And we saw that after knight takes a3, you paused. Did e takes e6 come to your mind, and it was provoking you that maybe I can play for the galleries?
I thought maybe there's queen e7. Yeah, queen e7 was annoying me because, yeah, I don't know, ef, queen f7, and. Okay, too complex, right?
Yeah, exactly. No
I mean,
need.
Queen
no
a3
need.
is just winning. Once I saw that I have rook c4, g3, I think it's just over. So.
And
yeah,
how frustrated you were that he was actually still hang on there with 1 second on the clock,
I mean,
making a move?
it's not so dramatic in this position, right? I mean,
yes. Let he.
Probably
let
I can play pretty much any move.
Yeah, I was.
This will be just winning. I mean, I like to provoke this, but I mean, I will go. I mean, this is one of the lines. I will always have queen a6, rook d7, queen d5. I mean, it's just this king needs one tempo, but it just won't get it. So. Yeah, I think it's a very thematic game for, develop your pieces. Because he had a great position, except for, he needed a few more moves to get his pieces out, and he just never got the time to do it.
Yeah, wow, okay, 5 out of 5. There was one more question which we discussed about yesterday, that the third round game, did you notice something special against Georg Mayer with the starting position?
Yeah, I mean, it was the mirrored game
it
from
was
one
of
round,
the first round,
but
yes.
I was trying to figure out the difference, because, I mean, it's always different, mirrored, because the castles are coming to a different square. So in the other position, we couldn't castle with the rook on d1, and here with rook on e1, we can castle. So that's a big difference. And I was trying to figure out how that changed, because in the other game, I played first move And I played the same first move, but it was mirrored. But here I decided to go in the other way. So I realized, and it's always very interesting to compare and figure out like what actually changes and how that's different. But yeah, it's weird that we always get either mirrored positions or positions that are only very small deviations from the normal starting positions. But as we see here, I think
for example,
just
about this starting
changing
position,
knight and rook, it's such a big difference, right? I mean, e4, d5, e5 would be like absolute putzer and stupid in the normal position, because normally you play in Caro-Kann, you can play e4, c6, d4, d5, e5, c5, which is a normal line, yeah? So here you would just give a full tempo, but because this knight is very stupid in these structures, you can actually afford to do it. I mean, as we already know, in Caro-Kann also sometimes you go knight d2, knight b3, so then of course we realize that actually this knight getting there in one move is quite a big edge.
Yes, and you spent exactly 9 minutes 51 seconds for your first move e4. When was the feeling that you felt like, actually, definitely this is the move?
Well,
How
I mean,
much time?
nothing else is really threatening black. That was my point. I feel like if black gets to play d5 normally, I mean, yeah, I can play for very small, but not much. But of course, at the same time, e4, it's basically forcing me to play e5 here. So when playing e4, I had to make the decision, do I want to play the position after e4, d5, e5? Which, if I miss something, can also be stupid, because, you know, I let him get the bishop out without wasting any tempo, so that's special. But yeah, I think here it was a good decision and overall quite nice game.
Because one thing that we noticed that Magnus, you and Nodirbek, Abdusatulov, all of you had that position, and pretty quickly that you guys have all this freestyle experience, you played all the Grand Slam last year, that how much do you feel actually that this experience that you gathered last year throughout the tour helps you navigate the opening stage?
Yeah, I think it matters. You just have, I mean, I do have quite a lot of experience with trying to figure out what's going on in the position and feeling the differences, because, I mean, we have a kind of natural understanding of the normal starting position, which just doesn't apply for others. I mean, we see something so similar, which is yet so very different. And, I mean, if we would play normally, like here, okay, we don't have that knight move, right? And, okay, black would just play e5 and things are fine. So you just, I mean, basically it's a game of knowing the normal lines and then comparing it to the how is it different, and realizing that maybe in this position I can have an advantage in the way that it changed, and then try to go for those positions.
Yeah, very impressive. Before I let you go, I have one more question, and this is, I'm very curious, and probably our audience as well, that when there's a drawing of lots and they pick the number and you still don't see the position, already with your experience, for example, 230, when you heard this number, do you have a feeling that what kind of position it may be? Because I'm completely in the dark. I cannot believe that this was 230, because the starting position, the classical, is 518. How on earth is...
No, I have like no idea how they are calculated, like which number is which position.
Yes, good.
Zero clue. So
because I thought if you guys already sense this, then I give up. Yeah, because
I think that's too far.
Yeah, still. Great. All right, Vincent. Yeah, have a good rest. Thank you very much for joining us. The best of luck for tomorrow. I think at the moment we can maybe have a look at the results for a second together. There we have the results already. So we have Hans Niemann and yourself on maximum score. And Jan-Krzysztof Duda is still in action. That will be the game that probably we have to check out in order to understand what are the chances. Wow, Duda down to 13 seconds. It's a very tricky position, because actually White has serious chances. White has serious chances here. Rook c7. Duda has to show all his skills to survive this. Not a pleasant one. Too many pawns. Way too many pawns against the knight. Yeah, it's only 3, but it is much more tricky than it looks.
I am back with a vengeance here.
Wow. Share us all your emotions.
Well, let's see. I mean, I was thinking that he was actually almost in control before. So seeing this one, he will definitely not be happy, and he has to adjust to potentially a very tough defense. I'm thinking that...
yeah, look at it. He's shaking his head. Yeah, Duda cannot believe what happened.
We don't actually know what happened, but we assume that he did not go into this position of his own accord.
Yeah, he just cannot believe, and this is the point actually, that when you are kicking yourself, that will also not help. Just wow, it looked wonderful.
Yeah.
Later it looked, well, here probably things got out of control.
He sacrificed the piece, yeah, on g5.
Aha, wow, so this created the mess.
Very sharp as usual, Pranav.
And another sacrifice, okay, it's incredible, and then the rook is coming, and Duda was very short on time. Things got out of control. Wow, okay, actually it's very nice that we went back, because this is some crazy action.
Yeah, he's definitely hanging on for dear life now. And we'll see. If he manages to trade the d4 pawn for the c2 pawn, I think these positions are generally a draw, but they're very hard to play.
Yes, if white's pawns are advancing nicely, then it will be very critical for black. Yeah, rook c3 check played.
We will probably see king d2,
but
or
then
king
knight
e4.
a3, king d2, knight a3.
Yeah,
maybe
then I suppose king e4 has to be played, yeah?
King e4 is more critical, yes. King e4. Yeah, centralize the king, hitting the knight on b5, it has to move.
Yeah, it's very limited options for black, honestly.
Well, rook e3 check. I have after king
yeah, rook
e4.
e3, but king f4,
King
do you
f4.
gain anything by this?
Yeah.
Potentially you do, yeah? You could go like knight... you can't even go knight c7 there, yeah?
Yeah,
It's
he's
very
going
tricky.
knight c7 immediately.
Yeah, and he will trade the pawns, it seems.
Yeah, the good news for Duda and his fans is that if somebody can hold this with little time, it's exactly Duda. He's an incredible player with few seconds on the clock, always finding resources, always controlling the situation. Somehow I have witnessed this for the very first time in 2018 already in St. Petersburg at the World Blitz Championship. He was chasing Magnus Carlsen back then for the title.
Yeah, now probably white is thinking rook d7 and going for some interesting stuff, pushing the pawns immediately, or just go rook d4 and try to grind it out.
Yeah, it's a tough call now for Pranav.
We see he appears to be relatively calm.
Yeah, he picks up the pawn. Rook takes c2 would be thematic, yeah, and then white actually does not need to play g4 at all. He can also, king f5, rook g2, rook d7, rook g7. This is super important because I want it to be extremely smart, avoiding any kind of king g6, knight e6 blockade, but after king f5, there is rook takes g2 and rook d7 check, rook g7, just in time to come back. This might save Duda in that variation, and otherwise if white has to push the g-pawn, then maybe we will get time to coordinate. How do we coordinate?
Yeah.
It's another question. The maybe is the keyword.
Yeah, the question is a line like g4, king g6, rook d6, king g5, f4. Is that anything at all or not?
Yes, king takes g4, rook g6, king h. I feel that this should be with the knight on c7, should be doable.
Yeah, it seems close to a draw.
Yeah, it should be. But yeah, also g4, king g6, there is f4. Yeah, there's this. I was also thinking that about that line, and then suddenly, to my horror, I realized, and what about f4 then?
Yeah, indeed. So one wrong move, and suddenly the pawns could be rolling down the board.
Yes. G3 played. Wow, only g3. This gives me some.
I wonder what he
hope for black.
disliked there. Maybe g4, knight e6 is what he disliked. He wants to be able to go f4 at some point.
Yeah, or he's inviting now king g6, rook d6 check line is fantastic for white. So in fact he stops king g6. And what about knight e6, rook d6 business?
Knight g5, king f4.
Wait a second, can I give rook e2 check and after king f5 play knight e8 and then knight g7 check? Is that an idea?
You mean right away in this position?
Right away in this position. But then you have some rook h4 check. I just wanted so much to get my knight to g7 that I start harassing that king. Yeah, Duda was 96. Probably it's the right move. If it works and the computer confirms that the knight would love to get closer to the king. In fact, I can do this. This is the improved version. Rook d6, rook e2 check.
I thought this was your idea from the start, yeah?
Yeah, I wanted to get the knight to g7, and I somehow panicked that I have to go via e8 for some reason. Yeah, hallucination. Complete hallucination.
I think rook d7 doesn't really benefit white, does it?
Then king g6.
Yeah, unless you can go f4 or something, but it seems a bit slow.
No, then knight c5 check.
Oh, yeah, we
Yes.
are not blundering these.
The knight is jumping. Yeah, rook d7 check. Be careful, Pranav. You are also probably tired. We are tired. We are blundering everything, but you are playing the tournament. You have to control things.
This reminds me a bit of the, what is it, of the Wei Esipenko tiebreak in the World Cup.
Yeah.
If you remember, that was also
I remember.
a tragic outcome.
I was covering it. I was seeing firsthand.
But
Actually, I can play king g6 and rook d6, rook e2 check, king d5, king f7, then rook d7 check. Aha, okay. That's a nice way to blunder. I don't even know if I should highlight a blunder like this or not.
no,
Yeah.
but here, I mean,
I
just
wanted to be super, no, I just want to show that with king, I wanted to super smart, rook e6, rook d2 check, but white has rook d7 and then the knight is falling. King g6 of course played. Rook d6 we go king f7.
yeah, Duda will not fall into this.
Yeah. King f7. Okay, computer does not like it. King f5. But okay, knight g7 check. The rescuing knight g7 check. Isn't this a immediate draw?
I think his idea is to just go kind of king
King
g4,
G4,
f4, and keep playing this position.
Yeah, but okay, this should already be, then I put the rook on e3, but you still have rook f6 check, and then king h4, and then g4 advancing. Yeah, smart play by Pranav.
Yeah, that is why, as long as the pawns aren't really blocked, there's always potential to mess it up with black.
Yes. Knight g7 check, king g4.
Is that the only game still running?
I'm not sure, but on the top boards, I believe it was pretty much, well, the Saric-Nihal Sarin game is also in progress. Abdusattorov has won against Benjamin Bog this big game. Maxim Vashnagov has won. Daniel Hausrat is clearly better against Tabatabai according to the computer, and Tobias Köhler is about to hold Lenny Dominguez, Levon Aronyan. Lenny Dominguez is squeezing out the victory against Alexander Kostenyuk. Wow. Okay.
A lot
so
of games
action.
still in progress, yeah?
Yes. Yeah, there we see.
Levon, I think, are they?
Move
are they
61.
finished?
The game is in progress.
No, they are still playing, yeah. But
Yes, absolutely.
is that a pawn endgame though? No, it's a rook endgame. Okay.
Tobias Köhler is somehow angry, upset about something, that the new score sheet has to be used, yeah? That's what he's complaining about.
But he does find all the correct moves, it seems.
Yeah, I think Levon is going crazy, yeah, that he's behind, he wants to win, he needs to win, and then somehow everybody plays the game of his life against him.
Not so easy for him here.
Not so easy. But okay, now we have seen this.
Perhaps we can briefly check Daniel Hausrat against Tabatabai.
Yeah, Daniel Hausrat against Tabatabai.
Because
Oof, okay, there is not much to check. Actually, Daniel Hausrat is simply winning.
yeah, even if he loses the f5 pawn, that is still 2 extra pawns, and that's a technically winning position.
Yeah, what a crazy situation. Yeah, that Tabatabai had this fantastic position against Magnus. He was it King f2 played.
King f2.
Aha, wow. First line of computer probably. Look at the evil bar skyrocketing.
It's king f5 runs into rook f3, and if you go
F3.
knight d4, white may go just knight e6, taking away all chances.
Oof. Yes.
Very tough spot for Tabatabai.
Very difficult. King f5, rook f3 is easy, and after knight d4 there is knight e6. Trading off the knights, and also the rook is behind the pawn, the c pawn.
Yeah.
Daniel.
He seems to be on his way to an absolutely major upset.
Absolutely, but I have noticed the German players are usually absolutely outperforming at the Grenke Open. It just feels like getting a chance to play all this atmosphere, all the cheering fans. Yeah, this I will also ask you later when we have a more quiet situation, that what does it mean for the player? Yeah, how much energy you guys are getting from it? But yeah, this is now not the moment to talk. And we also have to check out, I think, the Saric-Nihal-Sarin position, because that was wild from the beginning. There we have it.
It is still wild, however, it might end up in a draw here.
With a perpetual, or what exactly?
I believe knight d6, king a7 is a perpetual, and knight d6, king c7 would lose to knight e8.
Well, I also feel that this game somehow deserves a draw. I don't know what happened after we left, but...
No, we saw the position where Saric was down the exchange, but very much in control.
Yes, yes, but what happened before, this was such a back and forth, and knight d6 check is played. Nihal kind of signaled with his body language that, okay, that's it. Yeah, that's it.
We see the draw being agreed upon.
The draw, perpetual check. Wow, what a fight. Saric is complaining.
Not happy at all. Nihal potentially also not happy.
They are both not happy. But they played a fantastic game. Incredible struggle. And to see this love of the game. Oh, look at, yes, how nice that we did not miss out on this moment. Yeah, this is when it hits you like a thunder. It is crazy. You know, and then when it turns out that because of this you could have won, or if you could have saved the game, this changes your life, because you can sleep or you will not be able to sleep, yeah?
Yeah.
People don't understand how critical and decisive these talks are after the game.
Yeah, and it's also sometimes more valuable than just what the computer says, because here you know what your opponent actually saw, what they wanted to play.
Exactly. This is so much more human, yeah, that my opponent saw it, then there are things that you have seen. I always loved, in the old times, these post-mortems, I was like having for 40 minutes after the game, 40 minutes long, yeah, it was traditional that you went through with your opponent over the board. Now we are in these rushing times that basically maybe you chat for 1 minute or two and everybody leaves to check with the computer. Wow.
Yeah, they will discuss the game.
Incredible. I told you draw is a correct result, because Nihal saw so much in this game, yeah? Okay, I'm also just bringing up that game so that we monitor.
Yeah, Duda has the correct setup here, I believe. He knows what he's doing. The rook is on e3, knight on g7, and it's very hard to advance the pawns.
Yes, nothing moves. And look at the face expression. He's holding his head. He cannot believe that he cannot make progress. And Duda cannot believe that he got into this position. Yes, because he was dreaming there of this beautiful compensation structure position that he will control, and then Pranav, out of blue, sacrificing 2 knights with this h7 pawn. What a game, what a tournament.
Yeah. He doesn't have a lot of time left, and he might still move around pretending to try something, but in general it's very hard to imagine here, because e6 will never happen, f5 will never happen with the e5 pawn hanging, so his only option is to kind of prepare g4, but it doesn't seem realistic.
Yeah, the rook on e3 is incredibly well placed, keeping an eye on the e5 and on the g3 pawns. White's king cannot really move, because then the knights start jumping. Rook a8, yeah, of course. Pranav will try. This is his advantage, that actually the game ends when he says that it ends. Duda at the same time wants to signal confidence that, okay, you can play, but I'm not afraid. I'm ready to play a tempo. Knight e6 played now. And after rook a7 check, where does he intend to go?
Probably just g8.
Just back, yeah, and he's not afraid. Not afraid, yeah. Because
see
king
rook
f5,
a7,
knight g7 check, and rook take g3 protects the
Yep.
knight, yes.
Oh, he goes to f8, but with the same idea.
And the same idea. Okay, rook b7. Everybody's playing these small little games.
I believe actually his idea after king g8 is rook e7, knight g7, f5.
Then rook takes g3, boom.
Rook takes g3, yeah?
Yes, and then king f4, you pretend like this was part of the game and part of the plan.
I was about to say instead of rook g3, knight f5 and kind of show technique in the rook endgame, but
oh, no,
rook
no.
g3 is much cleaner.
I'm too tired for this kind of stuff. No. Yes. So there is still plenty of tactics. Every time in an endgame when there's a knight, all kinds of forks are possible. Yeah, Duda is like not happy that he got here.
Yeah. Still, he is very likely to draw the game.
He was knight g7. Stability. I actually like the knight on g7 much more than on e6.
Yeah, because you kind of limit white's options. Yeah?
Yes, I don't want to calculate any king f5 business. No fancy stuff. Just rock solid stuff. Cemento. This is now a total cemento kind of construction. White can never play king h4 because of knight f5 check. King g5 runs into rook take g3, and I might be just shuffling my king.
I believe they agreed to a draw.
Yeah, that's it. The cemento spirit worked to perfection. Duda saves the draw. There is a smile now on his face because he survived, but he's very unhappy. I just cannot believe, yeah, Duda is saying.
Well, it was certainly a hard-fought game, and in the end, it
Well,
was, I think...
Can you imagine that after playing the first game in the morning, then playing the second game 3-4 hours, and then in the critical moment after like almost 9 hours of play, you think like you have everything under control, and then through some opponent's brilliancy, you end up with little time and you have to navigate this kind of position. I think it is unimaginable because when we are looking at these games, we are looking at the screens and we think like, aha, the players are fresh. They are not fresh at all. they are collapsing and still producing incredible defenses, fighting spirit. That's the reason, you know, why I love to do the commentary, yeah, that I just appreciate so much their efforts, and this is the reason why I'm also trying to give back as much as possible as a commentator, that there is no such thing as tiredness, because if I'm tired, then how the players are feeling. So let's just have an overview. If we have the results, then we could also be checking them. Yes, so all the top 8 boards has finished.
The top 3 boards had 4 out of 4, and we see, well, in this case, boards 2 through 4 had 4 out of... No, where is Vincent? Well, why was he moved?
Yeah, because, no, Magnus is still board number 1 because
yeah,
he is
but
on
you
fixed
see,
board.
Duda is board number 4, which is also strange.
Yeah, but, yeah, that is strange. That is very strange.
In any case, the Nepomniachtchi, Alexei Saranayan Nepomniachtchi game ended in a draw, which was 4 out of 4 for both players, and they now both dropped half a point. Then Hans Niemann beat Maxim Chigayev to move still to 5 out of 5 with a 100% score, and he is joined by Vincent Keimer, who also won his game against Nodirbek Yakuboyev. So we have 2 tournament leaders, Vincent Keimer and Hans Niemann, who will face each other tomorrow, barring any miraculous pairings.
And basically even the colors fit.
Yeah,
and
the colors fit as well.
Yes. So basically Hans will have the white pieces and...
Hans will have the white pieces. Those 2 players, we have, I believe, a rather large chasing pack with 4.5. How many players do we have on 4.5? Sarana and Nepomniachtchi. Then we have people
Magnus,
winning with
Carlsen.
3.5. Carlsen winning. Abdusattorov winning, Vashila Graf winning.
Yes.
These are a total of 5, and potentially some on the lower boards as well.
Aha, we have the standings. Wow, not so many players with 4.5, in fact.
Yes, some games are still running with players on 3.5
of
points, but so far we have 5 players half a point behind.
Yeah, but this is the trick of the tournament, yeah, that since the field is so incredibly powerful, look at the players on 4 points, which means that there won't be any easy pairings at all.
Yeah, the players on 4 points they could easily, you wouldn't be surprised to see them in the 4.5 or 5 group, but this is how the tournament is playing out so far.
And that's why we love it so much, yeah. All the action everywhere, action-packed, dramatic. Let me just quickly see if there is any important game. The Daniel Hausrath game. Okay, let's cover that because we already talked about it. And also we can jump to Levon Aronian, who is next to Daniel. It seems like this is a very easy victory. White is up 2 pawns, and look at the central position of White's pieces, and the powerful c-pawn is.
It should be, but I'm thinking like somehow this isn't 100% of a controlled position.
Well, signature time. Saric, after playing this brilliant game, everybody is hunting him. And I think it's a very nice feeling for players like Saric also that there's so much interest from every angle. I always feel like as a chess player when you are doing this and people are coming, yes, it takes some energy, but it gives you so much. Yeah, and I believe it gives you so much more than you really give with this 1-2 minutes of time that you devote to the fans. And the selfie with former European champion Ivan Saric.
Yes, absolutely. Long been a well-established, strong grandmaster. And I believe he is on 4 points. So
he's on 4 points,
yeah,
yes.
so still very much in contention for the top prizes. Here we see Amin thinking, trying to come up with a trick.
Well, actually, if Daniel wins, he will be 4.5.
Indeed, yes. He would be 4.5 points, yeah. Also
he would maybe facing Magnus Carlsen on stage on the top board, who knows?
Yeah, by far the lowest rated player, still left standing. And here we go. We see Rook D2 being played.
Rook D2, yeah, but...
Question is there something that he has planned against C5? I suppose Rook D4 is the idea, which would be very sneaky. We should not blunder into that.
Yes, King F5, Knight E3, check, winning the game.
We could also go King F3 and
King
make
F3,
a draw.
then it's a draw, yes. King F5 loses the game, and King F3 allows this crazy perpetual Knight E1, King E3, Knight C2. And the Knight jumping after 9 hours of play. This is, thank you very much. This is what you signed up for, yeah?
Yeah.
Be careful. Somehow, Rook F3, King takes H4, and then something is also tempting. I don't know.
I wouldn't give the pawn so easily, though. I'd maybe play something like King F5.
King F5, yeah? You are so...
I'm not sure.
C5, wow, no! C5, is this possible?
Is that doesn't seem to be... The computer says it is possible. Are we missing something?
Yeah, how is this possible? We saw like Rook D4 check.
Oh, and there's King F5, King G5. Just walking away.
Oh, wow, we are blundering.
We had a long day as well, forgive us.
Oof. And you know, I believed you so much. You can sell me anything at this moment of time, anything that you say. I agree, and that's it. But luckily for Daniel, he does not. He doesn't see
By the way,
ghosts.
Levon Aronian has drawn his game against Tobias Köhler.
Wow.
So he stays on +2. And we'll have to win some games to kind of try to join the leaders again. But we are staying on this game so far. And Daniel Hausrath now, D4 is a real threat. Rook D4 is a real threat right now, for sure. But he gets the move he needs now to deal with it.
Yes. I don't know, somehow I'm very much for this rook f3 check. Just take this h4, but I'm getting out of all this craziness, and it cannot be that I'm completely centralized and I'm pushing the c pawn. Yeah, rook f3 check is played. I feel that this is very practical, just getting out of this box.
King takes h4 played. And c6,
Yeah,
what do we see?
c6.
Yep.
The pawn is going forward. And Luke van Wely, is he mounting a comeback? He's discussing the game. I believe Luke has won the first game. Ah no, Luke drew.
Yeah, Luke made a draw. We saw the kings there in the center briefly. And this is the highest placing game that we have left. Potentially also the biggest upset that we could see at the top.
Yeah, absolutely. And then Daniel will skyrocket to the top board against Magnus Carlsen, maybe.
Maybe, yeah, but at least he would be in the chasing pack with 4.5. C6, and it's very hard to come up with ideas, yeah?
Yeah, very, of course. Okay, the pawn is running, and we are having a losing position, plus the pawn is running, and white is centralized. Yeah, Amin is also shaking his head. I think Amin just cannot understand who is Daniel Hausrat. How can he play such a perfect game? What is going on? How is this possible at all?
Oh well, a lot of players can play a very good game here.
Yeah, and if you look at his rating, this is the absolute trolling. 24-40 for Daniel Hausrat. He was 25-30 or something when he kind of stopped his professional career. He was not a prodigy, but a very promising young player who was supposed to be achieving so much more, but he stopped his professional career. Or maybe he never even started the professional career. Probably that's the more correct thing, but nevertheless he achieved quite a lot.
Yeah, we see Amin's clock ticking down. Will he come up with one more trick in this position?
Very difficult. Rook d4 check. No, knight d4, sorry.
Knight d4.
Knight
That is
d4.
what I'm talking about. That is the kind of confusing move that you need.
You jump around.
C7, knight b5.
Yeah, but I don't want to push c7. No. I actually thought like, yeah, what happens if I just play rook c3, then knight b5, yeah? And then with knight c7 you kind of block the pawn. Yeah, clever, smart. Okay, there are some funny lines like rook f4 check maybe wins, yeah? King g5 and then king e3.
I believe the idea is to go to g3, but...
Okay, he goes c7, so he's falling into your trap.
I mean, at this point it's not a real trap, yeah, but you have to have something in store after knight b5, yeah?
Yeah.
And probably what he has is something like rook h3.
Yeah, rook h3 check, king g5.
And knight f7 covers the d6 square
Yoy.
and promotes.
Yoy. That is nasty. Knight b5 with the idea c8 queen. Thank you very much. Knight d6 check. Might still lose the game because of king e3, by the way.
Yeah, but in this case... Yeah.
But yeah, you highlighted that white can even play rook h3. Yeah, 15 seconds for Tabatabai. c7, it is game over.
Will he play rook c2 and play this position out?
Yeah, but this is...
Yeah, I think so.
This is the absolute hopeless position. incredible, yes, 3 out of 3, then facing Magnus Carlsen, crushing the Reykjavik Open, and then the scare came from a completely unexpected angle.
Yeah.
And also the rook is brilliantly placed on the third rank, so I can play a4, rook a3, get the rook behind the pawn, push, and also you cover every counterplay on the king side.
Yeah, and basically if white gets a chance to take the h-pawn at any point with his knight, he will take it.
Yeah. Basically, I think after a4 it is resign times. On the board.
King g5. The biggest problem with king g5 is though that after rook a3 there is no threat.
Yes.
There isn't even an idea really, because the knight can always drop to f3 and be protected.
Okay, but now white will just push a5 and keep the knight f3.
And here,
move in the pocket.
Yeah, a6, rook a3. It's all winning. I believe this game will conclude. And yeah, this will be the last game of anyone with 3.5 and above.
Yes. That will also probably be the end of our coverage, because we have been here for quite some time. We will check the results, we will look at the standings if we can. Yeah. So we are still here to have the overview. Yeah, Daniel is also trying to have the overview of the playing hall, what's happening, how many people are watching my game. I'm about to achieve my biggest victory of my life.
King f5 has to be played, or knight f3 just picks up the pawn.
Come on, guys, actually, where is the local crowd? Why they are not crowding around Daniel? Or after this game, when it will be in the newspapers what Daniel, then tomorrow they will be lining up. We want to...
Tomorrow, perhaps, yeah, I believe the local crowd has gone to dinner already.
Has gone to dinner, yes. How can you go to dinner when your countryman, Daniel Hausrat, is fighting here against Amin Tabatabai? No, 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 don't do this. You have to support. Rook a7.
Okay, now he will take the h4 pawn, and that will be it.
Yes, knight f3 check. King moves, and then knight takes h4, king h4, a6, and the king walks towards the rook, and the pawn queens. Yeah, I mean, just cannot believe. Because a6, h3, yeah, we already don't want to calculate, of course, everything is winning. But if there is a very clear way that you can close your eyes and like this, that is the professional way. No, he goes a6.
He
the
does,
last
yeah.
h3. I mean, it's very surprised. He was already about to design after knight f3 check, and all of a sudden, he gets a chance to make a move. h3 on the board.
Yeah, as long as you can make moves, you have hope.
You have hope.
Unfortunately, after king c5, the hope might be cut short.
Knight f3 check. That is also very unpleasant.
He's going to h2. This
He
is the systematic win, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah.
That is
Amin
more
was-
than sufficient as well.
Yeah, Amin was trying knight h2 on the board. And this is when Amin will resign. Yeah, that's it. And wow, Daniel almost said like, sorry, yeah, like, excuse me, pardon me, I did not meant to destroy your tournament, but I'm writing history. Incredible. Actually, we have to just very quickly go through some episodes while we are seeing them on camera. Let me try to, if there was something that Amin overpushed, that was the problem, or was actually Daniel squeezing this position?
I mean, he's clearly squeezing this position.
Ah, wow. Okay, so there was a miss by Tabatabai, and then with very nice technique.
Yeah, very beautifully played from here
Actually,
on out.
we have to highlight this one more time, this knight takes f7 moment. So that was kind of a very important situation that, wow, he gets congratulated, yes. But I want to see many, many more congratulations. Daniel is smiling, shaking his head that, yes, I did it, guys, I did it. Yes, we have it on camera. Big congratulations. We are feeling very sorry for Amin Tabatabai. It just shows that what a tournament it is. Tabatabai spoiling Magnus's historical run, so Magnus cannot get 9 out of 9 in this event, and because Tabatabai has stopped, and then Tabatabai got stopped by Daniel Hausrath, whom probably he never heard before. That's how the Grenke Chess Festival works, and this is the moment that the b6 pawn was protected by the knight d7 move, then rook d3, and there is this problem that the computer says it's equal, but the problem is that black cannot play the desired king e7 move because of knight c8 check, and then king d8 rook takes, king d8 knight b6, king
yeah,
e8,
just knight b6, yeah. Here rook d7.
Rook d7, this is what I wanted to highlight, wins the game. So because of this, out of panic or something, Tabatabai should have probably moved his knight back to f6. Maybe he was thinking like, I don't want to give the chance for repetition. Maybe we don't know exactly what went through his mind because he was so disappointed. He played the move rook a8 in how many seconds? Yeah, basically almost a tempo, and then got hit by knight takes f7, and after that Daniel slowly but surely won the game. Very big win. That's it for our coverage. I think we already see that even the playing hall is getting dark, and it means that we can have a look at the results.
Yeah, let's see how this day comes to a close and who are our biggest winners. We see the top 8 boards, and again, the 2 players who are actually moving to 5 out of 5 are Hans Niemann and Vincent Keimer, who beat Maxim Chigayev and Nodirbek Yakuboyev respectively. And then there's a group of what I believe is now 6 players on 4.5. We'll have to check the standings for that. But already a lot of results where where we cannot make out a clear favorite. And yeah, here we also see boards 9 through 16, of course, with Daniel Hausrath's win standing out against Amin Tabatabai.
And also very important to keep an eye on the ladies. Yeah, because we know that the top 3 will qualify, and Kostanyuk losing to Dominguez, no shame there, of course. Lenny is brilliant. And Harika drawing against Parham Maksoglu, wow, that's an incredible result. And Lian Gavander beating Maria Muzichuk, which means that for many ladies who were maybe behind, will get the chance to catch up. Anna Schuchman making a draw against Gata Kamsky. Tsolakidu losing to Kartikeyan. And Alua Nurman drawing against Luke van Wely. And Dinara Wagner against Badu Jobaba. The ladies are fighting. It's not title on the line, but it's the qualification in order to become freestyle world champion. So these are the standings.
Yeah, here we see the 2 leaders, followed by, how many is it? 6 players on 4.5 points.
Wait a second, but this is confusing. It should be Daniel Hausrath with 4.5, not Dennis Wagner.
Yes, I think so, yeah. That was a bit strange.
That was a mistake.
I think so.
That was a mistake, yeah, for sure. Because otherwise it's just impossible.
I think they're also not so easy to confuse on camera. So.
Of course, and it's so difficult to keep track of everything, yeah? And the games are finishing, not finishing. But take a look at this. Also, the ladies, for example, Harika Dronavali on 3.5 points by facing so many brilliant players already. Yeah, 3 top player.
Yeah, we see Harika on 3.5, and I believe she's not the only woman on 3.5.
Yeah, we only because it's a big tie, heavy big tie from 25th place to 52.
Might be cut off here, but definitely everything is very closely packed there as well.
And certainly she has the best tiebreak after playing against Lian Gavander, beating Lian Gavander, losing a game to someone in the morning and not drawing against Parham Maksoglu.
Yeah.
Do you recall against whom did she lose?
Maybe Yakuboyev.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, Yakuboyev moved to 4 out of 4. He was playing a long game there.
Yeah. Okay, so an incredible tournament, so many different angles. Right now, Vincent Keimer and Hans Niemann hand in hand, tying with the perfect score of 5 out of 5. Magnus Carlsen with 4.5 right there, and so many other brilliant players. honestly, I think I can say that we are very exhausted as well, but I can't wait for tomorrow morning because, okay, the pairings and all the action that awaits us will compensate for the lack of sleep and everything. The adrenaline should take over. Alex, any final words for today?
Well, we see still some players staying on 100% score. We'll see. Likely it will come to an end tomorrow, but perhaps one of our two leaders will manage to win 2 games tomorrow. And we'll still stay tuned who stays in front and who is fighting for the... Also, let's not forget, you mentioned the women fighting for their 3 spots, but we also have 1 spot for the overall winner here, unless it is Carlsen or Abdusattorov, in which case it would go to the next best player.
Yes, absolutely, yeah. One thing is for sure, Hans Niemann against Vincent Keimer is an incredibly uncompromising fight. I know both players and you don't want to miss that action. Magnus is coming, he wants to win the tournament. But that's it for today, and everything else tomorrow from 10 o'clock in the morning or 5-10 minutes before. Before that, see you then, have a good rest, bye-bye.
Goodbye, everyone.
Do you want to put your chess skills to the test? Now it's your move. Welcome to the world's largest chess tournament. You can look forward to the Grenke Chess Open with prize money of 70,000 euros and the Grenke Freestyle Chess Open with prize money of 215,000 euros and a place in the 2027 FIDE Freestyle Chess World Championship. This is your chance to compete against the best players in the world, such as Magnus Carlsen and Vincent Keimer. Are you ready?